We're doing more Super Bowl 60 discussion and more Super Bowl 61 odds analysis. Going to talk about some of the picks or the bets I made for Super Bowl 61 already. Our guest tonight, our co-host tonight, is going to guess what those are. And we're going to get his breakdown as well. So I can't wait for that. Before we get into it, please hit like, subscribe, comment below, share this video, visit the link in the description for the merch store. As always, I'm wearing something from the merch store. Is our plain light blue Walter football t-shirt, one of the fanciest shirts I own. You can get this as well as everything else at the merch store. 50% off sale right now. And you may not see it. And you're like, where do I get this light blue shirt? I want to wear it to a wedding or something. You can actually go into one of these, change the colors of the shirts. You can also get hoodie, women's tank top, infant onesie, long sleeve t-shirt if you're crazy. All these options. We have our mugs, we have our famous apron, we have our baseball cap. I'm going to be adding some stuff, I think tomorrow actually. I cleared everything out that I had to get done for the most part, so I think I can get started on this. So you can go to Amazon as well, buy my books. The most recent ones are Jerks of the College Years, where I made fun of all these interesting people and many others. My first book was A Safety and a Field Goal, which I had just ordered. I showed this last night. I was talking about it with Andy on the show, and I said I wanted to reread one of the chapters. I couldn't find my book. I don't know where it went. So was
that a hardcover you showed?
No, it's a just soft cover.
Oh, okay. It looked a little larger than the one I have.
Yeah, it's the regular one. So it just goes to show if I can order my books, you guys can. So I would really appreciate that. Also, please consider super chats, super stickers. That's the best way to support the show. We had $4.99 super chats from the boss and Can't Make an Eagle last night. So if you guys really want to help us out, that would be the best way because YouTube ads don't pay very much. And speaking of YouTube, we are 10 subscribers shy of 11,000 subs. So please, if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing so we can get to that threshold. That'd be awesome. All right, we're joined by Andy Iskoe from thelogicalapproach.com. Andy, how are you, and how's your Super Bowl viewing experience?
I'm doing fine. I did not have the correct side in the game, at least not for the first 30 minutes. But the first 30 minutes told me that I should probably play Seattle in the second half, which is exactly what I did because it didn't take very long. One of the keys that I had in the Super Bowl, in fact, it was, I think, my biggest concern, and I don't know if you got a chance to read the newsletter I sent out, but I give out each year, and it's like 20 pages I write, just go crazy with it. But sort of towards the end, I do a summary of some key points, 3 reasons to support Seattle, 3 reasons to support New England, 3 factors against Seattle, 3 factors against New England. And the number 1 factor against New England was my number 1 concern for the game, and that was the highly rated defenses of Chargers, Texans, and Broncos sacked May 5 times each in their 3 playoff wins, in the New England 3 playoff wins. And it didn't take very long for Seattle's pass rush to make its presence felt in that first half. I think they ended up with 7 sacks. I believe it would have been 8 if they had not changed it from a fumble to an interception, which was the correct call on the pick 6, which gave me the defensive defensive special teams prep. But that was the main concern, and it didn't take very long, especially with all those 3 and outs that Seattle was able to perform against New England. That I couldn't see New England doing much scoring unless it was very late, kind of like Philadelphia and Kansas City last year, where Philadelphia was up, I think, 40-6 at one point, and the final score is 40-22. And we sort of saw the same thing here, but it wasn't quite that score when Patriots got their first touchdown. I think it was 19-0, because that was one of the decisions that was a head scratcher, and probably people who had there will be a 2-point conversion attempt or a successful 2-point conversion probably were thinking that Mike Vrabel probably bet the no on that because he was in position to turn a 13-point game, 19-6, into an 11-point game by going for and succeeding on a 2-point conversion, because the extra 7 points, the extra point that would have made 7, really did very little. You know, you're down by 11, you need a touchdown and a field goal to tie. You're down by 12, you need 2 touchdowns or a touchdown and 2 field goals. And remember, this occurred early fourth quarter, so how many possessions were you going to get? So that was one of the unusual aspects of the game. But overall, Seattle showed clearly it was the better team. And then, of course, I read afterwards about how and again, this is Mike McDonald's brilliance as a defensive coordinator, defensive background, that he was able to totally pick up some tells on the left side of that Patriots line as far as how they were lined up, how they were tilted and leaning, which is something that I've always thought about, that you need a good offensive line coach, because offensive line play, where you've got to basically hold your position for 3, 5, 6 seconds, whatever it is, it's all about technique. It's all about physics. It's all about angles, making yourself, putting yourself in the best position where you can't be moved as easily as if you're, say, like on one foot, or you're leaning backwards or something like that, where it's easy for the defender to get to you and by you. And so McDonald put that to use, and they sort of talked about that after the game. I don't recall if they talked about it Sunday night or Monday morning, but Seattle was clearly very, very well prepared, and the Patriots, they could really, one of the, because I had the Patriots for the game plus the 5, and I mentioned my concern before about the sacks, but I also felt that in playing the 3 tough defenses that were able to sack me, the offense was limited, obviously, but so were the 3 opponents. And 2 of those games, the game against the Texans and the game against the Broncos, were played in less than ideal conditions that were going to face both teams in the Super Bowl. So that was wrong, and I ended up doing nicely with a good number of the props. And overall, in fact, the one prop I had that I never thought I would make, and then I thought about it being a defensive game. And by the way, Patriots defense played extremely well. I mean, they forced 5 field goals, and they allowed the 1 touchdown, and the other score was on the interception return. So the Patriots can't blame it on their defense. Their defense played well. In fact, I think they outgained Seattle by like 4 yards, and you wouldn't think it would have been that close, especially the way that that New England gained some ground on the first drive of the game before they were halted, but Seattle also gained a lot of yards and then had to settle for field goals instead of touchdowns. But the thought that I had there was that the Patriots just did not. I think they were surprised by, and I think it was Seattle on their first drive. Didn't they use the hurry up offense for the first few plays? And I think that caught New England off guard a little bit. Which, by the way, I thought would have been. I always wonder why these offensive coordinators are such effing geniuses. Well, let's make a substitution so the defense now has time and we have less time to run the play. How about you use the same 11 guys, you run up there, you get them off guard without the players they want for your offensive alignment. That's a huge advantage that you have, being able to prevent the opposing team to substitute when you're on offense and you know what plays you're going to run. We say, okay, our first play on first down will be this. If we're in this situation on second down, let's do this. But we're going to do it with the same players so that we can control and have plenty of time to get the playoff when they're not ready, and also prevent them from substituting. I don't know why that more teams don't do the 2 things during the. I mean, we've talked about it over the years. Why do teams wait for the 2-minute warning to do the 2-minute drill?
Yeah, I don't get it. That's something I've wondered as well. And if you have a favorable matchup edge on the field, why not keep going with it? You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure that out, but sometimes well, again, look, we know how poor coaches are at clock management. Why should they be any better at strategy?
Yeah, I mean, there are so many that are so poor at it, and yeah, it's something that they should definitely take advantage of.
It's an advantage, but only if you take advantage of it.
Right.
It's like the old thought in like the bad weather. Well, the offense knows when they're going to stop and turn, on wet conditions. Take advantage of it. Do that. And I think we talked about it before. And then I'll sit down and let you talk for a bit. But I am sitting down, but I'll stop. But we've talked about it before. Is like, why don't receivers go at like 80% speed for the first 20 yards and then suddenly go to full speed? Because it takes a split second for the defender to realize, oh, he's changed his speed. I now have to stop and then start or go quicker. And that little split second is sometimes the difference between an incomplete pass and a completion.
Yeah. It's not used enough, these strategies. And you have to wonder why. Like, there are only 32 head coaches in the NFL. There's supposedly should be the best options. Well, they're not, but they should be. And you think that, like, if you have a coach who doesn't take advantage of these opportunities, then you're gonna try to find one who does. So I'm right there with you. You mentioned Mike McDonald knowing like having the tells. That the Patriots had. And it kind of reminds me of the discussion that
By
we
the way,
had.
the only thing that I disagreed with this whole thing
Yeah.
is them opening up about it. Keep quiet.
Oh, I know. It's
Now
like
teams are going to be prepared for it.
right. If
Now
you're
it will allow offenses to disguise maybe a little bit and say, okay, you do the thing that that they're gonna think that we're doing this kind of play, and you actually don't.
Mhm.
Just don't get a false start.
Right. It's like playing poker with someone and you can figure out their tells. Like why would you do that?
Yeah.
unless you're having fun with your friends. Like if you're like it's a serious game for lots of money, you're not going to be like, oh, by the way, you kind of tap your fingers when you're
Yeah,
bluffing. You don't say that.
unless you're in the World Series of poker, most
Right.
poker hands are not going to be at the magnitude of a Super Bowl.
That's absolutely true. The tell stuff kind of reminds me of a conversation that we had about like a month and a half ago, when we were talking about how teams are able to take advantage of extra rest. The better teams tend to take advantage when they have these
Yeah.
sort of situations. And I have to wonder, like hearing about this from Mike McDonald. I wonder if he would have figured that out with just 1 week to prepare. Like if the game had occurred last Sunday, not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before, would he have had the time to figure that out, or did the extra week allow him to kind of study what the Patriots are doing and game plan it that way and just realize it? So,
Well, it depends if he was working 8-hour days or 12 or 14-hour days.
yeah, right.
I mean, it is something that they probably, I don't know, but they might have had a couple of the assistant coaches scout both New England and Denver, and same thing for the other three teams, scout potential opponents, a little bit in the week between the divisional round and the conference championship game, just to sort of like get a head start. It's kind of like sending advanced scouts out,
Right.
like they do in baseball. When your guy's going to be pitching, your rotation for the next series, and you'll have a couple of scouts go out ahead. Even though you really don't have to do that as much now because there's so much film out there of every game with multiple angles, especially the films that the NFL provides from all the different angles. That you probably don't need to go to the games, but that doesn't mean you still can't and probably have done a little advanced preparation in case you do win your championship game and you've already got a little bit of a head start on the opposition.
Yeah. Biggest advantage of the 2-minute drills, the mentality, momentum teams have. I mean, but I agree with Andy. I don't understand why teams don't run it as often. Like I think that teams should definitely do it, especially if they have a good advantage on the field with the opposing defense. Like why not keep the opposing defense in a bad formation? Now, if you don't have an advantage, you don't have to push it.
Keep the defensive formation with the 11 players who are there on first down. Keep them there on second and third.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that way first of all, they get it tired, and second, if they're in a disadvantage with the formation, then you're going to be able to score a lot easier. So I 100% agree.
Yeah.
And you mentioned, Andy, that you bet Seattle at what'd you say, at halftime? You said,
yeah.
Was there at any point in the game, like in the first half, when it kind of just like you're like, oh, Seattle's definitely the right side, or was it just general, like, did it just build up?
It was let me see where the game is at halftime. Sort of had an idea that we knew Seattle would be favored. It's a question of how close to the opening line or the current line or the closing line would the halftime line be, since they didn't score a touchdown. They only got with field goals. So 3-6-9 nothing. I said, okay, let's see what happens at I thought they might make the line a little bit higher than the 3.5 that I saw at halftime. So I figured I'd wait. The game would be half over. And, in other words, I think I had the thought probably, I want to say about 7 or 8 minutes left before halftime. And I said, let's not act. I don't think New England's going to be able to do much over the last 8 minutes of the first half. But let's see, because now instead of 8 minutes ago, so they played 23 minutes. So instead of 37 minutes remaining, there were now only 30 minutes remaining. And in other words, I was wondering what kind of adjustments could New England do at halftime. Well, if they couldn't do the correction for May being sacked all those times in the conference games in 2 weeks, why are they going to do it in 22 minutes or however long Bad Bunny was out there?
Yeah, I think it was like it wasn't like a half hour or something. It felt very long. I put
Yeah.
my son down the bed to sleep, and it usually takes a
Oh, I thought you
while.
said
And
you put your. I thought you said you put your son down, kind of like you do with a horse.
jeez,
I had to put him on a dog. Come on. Bad choice of words.
yeah. Sorry, it's a little late. I was up early. I
Play
had to
this.
go to the
Play
doctor.
this. Play the last 30 seconds back for him when he's like a teenager
You'll enjoy it, I'm sure.
and he wants to borrow the
Uh,
car or something.
so when it usually takes a while to go to sleep, and by the
I
time
don't
I
know.
came
Patriots
downstairs,
didn't take long.
yeah, seriously. Well, I came back downstairs and it still wasn't the third quarter yet. I'm like, oh wow, this is quite the long halftime show. I don't like any halftime shows. I think it's all.
I
I don't
figured
know
you
how
were
you feel about
probably
it.
spending time making, ladder bets and things like that
Oh, I was
during halftime.
starting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't lose any of the bets. So like the
Yeah.
base hit, but we never hit any of
No.
the rungs on the
Because
ladder,
the
unfortunately.
halftime is really. I mean, I know you do it in game, but during halftime, especially the Super Bowl halftime, which is 2-3 times longer than the real halftime, you have more time to think it through and get the bet in
Yes.
than you do. When you're watching the game, because when you're watching the game, you're also missing some of the things that you're watching when you're making the bet. With
Right.
the halftime, your concentration is fully on what the odds are because no plays are going on.
Yeah, I try to make my in-game bets outside of halftime during a commercial break.
Yeah.
Just because well, first of all, like you said, I don't want to miss anything, and second, I post whatever I bet on social media,
So
and
that takes
so
time.
you're right, exactly, and not only that, but if I post something while the game's going on, that line may not be available anymore. So, like at least the commercial gives like a minute leeway for people to see
Yeah.
it. So,
And what can you
uh,
normally do? Maybe two bets
during a
during commercial.
commercial, I can
I was
if
going to
I
say
weren't
let's say 90-second commercial, which
if
is timeout.
if I weren't posting on social media, I could probably do two ladders. But given that I have to type it up, I have to type up when I'm betting.
Yeah.
Then it's usually just one ladder.
Now,
And
are you able, when you type it up, are you able to text out as an audio file, which would save you typing time?
well, I have it like copy pasted. So I have like I'll show you right now. I have it written out, and all I have to do is change the numbers and the person. So like, I'm gonna
Right.
post this as a comment right now. Yeah, so I have this in my notepad. Live bets to Kenneth Walker. This is actually what I bet at halftime. Kenneth Walker rushing yards over 130.5 minus 114, which hit. And then 150
Right.
plus 260, 175 plus 850. Unfortunately, those two didn't hit. So I broke even on
And
them.
he did, and the call and the touchdown was called back was on a pass, correct?
No, it was a rush. It
Or
was a
was it
rush.
was it a rush? For some reason I
Yeah.
remember it
Yeah,
was a
it was
pass.
it
Yeah, that
was
would have sent him way over,
yeah, I know. Seriously, it was like a 40 something yard
and the game
touchdown.
would have gone over too.
Yeah. I
But
was
it was, unfortunately, it was a legitimate holding call.
it was. Sundell was
In
the
fact, they were dancing
worst
so much, I
lineman they
think they
had.
went out on a date after the game with
Yeah,
the
so
offensive player.
yeah. Sundell's was their worst lineman all year, and he cost them there. And here's a tragic bet. I don't know if you had any bad beats during the Super Bowl. I don't know.
Yes,
I
I
don't
did.
know.
I
You
actually
did.
bet. I actually bet a prop that never comes in, and it was 16 seconds from coming in, and that was that there would be no score in the final 2 minutes of the first half. And of course, Seattle. There was a chance for Seattle to get the field goal before the 2-minute warning, and
Mhm.
they didn't. And then the guy was 16 seconds left in the halftime to go from
Uh,
6 to 9.
okay. Well, I this you can tell me. I'm kind of curious if you think I'm a fool for doing this. I think Evan Evan like he said I was he didn't say it, but he's like I wouldn't do this. So Kenneth Walker.
Which, by the way, is saying the same thing, only being nice about it.
Yeah. I don't mind people being mean to me.
No, that's
Kenneth
okay.
Kenneth
We all make mistakes, and we all get lucky.
I know. Kenneth Walker was plus 850 to be MVP, right? And I liked him the most. I like
Yeah.
Seattle, so I thought I didn't really like Darnold in this matchup.
Now
I thought
he was plus 850. You're talking pregame.
yes,
Yeah.
plus 850 to win MVP pregame, and I didn't like Darnold.
I didn't think he was that high. I thought he was like 550.
No, DraftKings used plus 850.
Okay, was he the second? Was he the second most second favorite behind Darnold, or did I forget somebody else? Oh
Drake
yeah,
May. Drake May.
and Jibba was
Oh yeah,
second favorite behind
Jason.
Darnold. Yeah, yeah. So
Jason
yeah, so
and
yeah.
yeah, and Drake May. So anyway, I like Walker
I was
because
talking about for Seattle, but yeah,
for Seattle.
yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
So I like the matchup for Walker. I played him as captain in my DraftKings lineup, and there's another bad. Well, it's sort of.
And by
bad
the way,
beat.
just before you continue, most
Yeah.
of the people, and I can understand it because of New England's defense, most of the people were actually betting Walker's rushing total under. And I think it went down by about 6 or 7 yards from where it opened.
I actually bet it under 74.5, and it fell to 70.5. So I thought I got a good number. But I bet that like the Tuesday after the championship games, and then I kind of like rethought everything, and I was like, I don't like this anymore. I almost cashed it out. I didn't, unfortunately. But I was like,
Oh, you mean the under? The under.
yeah, I didn't like the under
Oh.
anymore. I was just like looking at what the Patriots had done defensively, and they played against like they had stopped the run, but they played against just like non-existent rushing attacks. Like,
Yeah.
for example, RG Harvey's terrible running. I really don't like him. The Texans, Woody Marks, he had bad numbers, but he was out for like a quarter and a half. And the Chargers couldn't run with their offensive line, so like they hadn't really been challenged on the ground for a while. And so I thought that maybe.
I mean,
Walker,
no. The only thing was, even against those bad teams,
Mhm.
they still allowed under 80 yards, I think, each game or close
Yeah,
to it.
I know, but
And that's for the team, not for an individual rusher. So
yeah, but I thought Walker would be their toughest challenge on the ground for like by a long shot in the playoffs. So I kind of rethought it, and then I was like, okay, I like Walker to win MVP.
Oh, excuse me, before you get in, why what you thought made sense is because you also preferred Seattle
Right.
in the game and expected them. I think you had them covering, right?
Yeah, 24-17. Yeah.
So, right. Well, okay, it was a little closer than I was just about to comment on, but that it made sense because if indeed you were right with Seattle winning by 7 or perhaps even a little more, they'd be doing more running in the second half as opposed to passing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's another factor. So anyway, I liked Walker MVP plus 850, almost bet it. And then on FanDuel, I saw, and this strapped me. It was a special that said to win MVP and to score an anytime touchdown. So for Walker, it was plus 900.
Oh.
So I got a little bit more there, and I was like, how is he going to win MVP if he doesn't score a touchdown? So I bet that instead of betting for him to win MVP, I bet him to win MVP and score a touchdown. And plus 900.
Why didn't you protect yourself also by playing both individually?
Yeah.
And I think what was his? Well, what was I think it wasn't he minus on the anytime touchdown?
Yeah, it was a bad number. So
yeah, so it was tough to hedge on that.
Yeah.
You know.
So
I mean, if you had someone like I think Shaheed might have been, let's say, like plus 340 or something to score a touchdown. That you could have done because if he scored a touchdown but didn't win MVP, at least you'd win half of it and you'd make a profit overall. Right. You know, if you bet 100 on each of them, so you got 300 out, you get 400 something back. You make a profit if he just scores the touchdown. And if he wins MVP, he probably gets 8 receptions and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, I screwed that up. I shouldn't have done that.
No, your thinking made sense.
It wasn't worth it for just $50 more, like.
Oh, well, the amount of the bet doesn't really make sense. It's the fact that you thought of the bet. It was just a question of how much to bet. Like I said, the thing that you really couldn't do all that well unless you just did it. Let's put it this way: it would be more likely that of the two, well, you just said it. If he wins the MVP, he probably scores at least 1 touchdown. So the hedge would have been, make part of the bet touchdown and MVP, and the other part touchdown.
Yeah. I was still was only like $50. It was like 150 from like 850 to 1,000. I could see it, but like only $50 is kind of foolish. So I don't think it was worth it in the end. But I mean, as hindsight is 50-50, as Cam Newton once said. So
well, there was there was one prop. I forget where I saw it. Well, I told you. Well, I sent it to you last week. The refrigerator prop at the Circa with the 300-pound lineman. But no, there was another prop, and it may have been Circa. It may have been William Hill. I'm not sure. One of them said, what will the position be of the MVP winner? And they also had a prop, will the MVP winner be other than a quarterback? Yes, no.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
that
what
might
are the odds on that? Do you remember?
I forget the quarterback was favored.
Okay, yeah,
You know,
that makes sense. Yeah,
well, number one, first of all, both quarterbacks were the favorites for their respective teams. Darnold was almost even money. I think he went down to plus 110
mm-hmm.
at a point, and of course, May was plus like 240, plus 250. So the odds were extremely high and I think the next highest odds were maybe in Jigba at was I think he might have been plus 500.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. It's usually the quarterback, but I don't know. I didn't. I thought
Well,
Darnold
by
like
the way, the reason why it also could have made sense was it was expected to be a defensive game, and I guess
right.
so. And had Walker not had the big game that he had, he could have given it to the kicker, Myers.
I thought it was gonna be Myers.
Although those were really very easy field goals that he made.
That's true. Yeah, if one of them was 55 plus, I think he may have won it.
Or you could have given it to a defensive player.
Actually, I thought it was gonna be Devon Witherspoon. Because I saw. I didn't know if they had announced it after the game ended, so I did a search on X for MVP, Super Bowl MVP, and Grok, I'm sure you know what Grok is, right? The AI of X.
The chat box,
Yeah.
the AI of who's Grok affiliated with?
X, Elon Musk.
Okay, X. Okay.
Yeah. So, it showed up. Grok said Devon Witherspoon won MVP. He made a lot of great plays, breaking up a lot of passes, and he scored a defensive touchdown. And so I thought, wow, okay. I don't feel as bad because Walker didn't win.
Your follow-up question should have been, how good of a buy is a Tesla right now?
Right. No, I actually didn't ask it. It just came up as one of the tweets or whatever. So I thought Witherspoon won. So I'm like, okay, I don't feel that bad. And then they announced like Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker. I'm like, oh my god, why didn't I just bet? Why not just bet the 850 instead of the 900? It's so stupid. That was one bad beat. The other one was this one wasn't that bad of a beat. And I said bad beat because the holding call. In my DraftKings lineup, I think I would have won 5 or 6 figures had the final touchdown gone to Henry instead of Stevenson. Because I had the perfect lineup. Otherwise, I'd like Walker captain and Seattle defense.
What'd you say? You finished 11th?
Yeah.
Out of 500, what, 555 or something?
550, yeah. So
it still was nice. I'm sure that was still a nice payday.
It was okay. Yeah, it was okay. But it could have been so much better had Henry just caught the touchdown.
What I thought you were going to say is that the touchdown. I thought you were going to say because of Walker that you might have done better had that touchdown for Walker counted.
Oh yeah, that I would have too. Yeah. Together, I think if both things happened, I would have won $100,000.
Well, no, I'm talking about even if the Walker touchdown countered and Henry did not get the touchdown.
In that case, it would have done a little bit better, but not a lot. Like I really needed Henry to do something because he was the weak link of my lineup because he only had 31 yards. Walker was fine.
He was the weak link, and you thought he was going to be one of the better links because of Seattle's history against tight ends.
I didn't know where he was. I don't know why Demario Douglas is getting so many targets. The game plan didn't really make sense to me. It's like you had 2 weeks to prepare. So Seattle.
Well, I think it was because the Seattle was preparing for Henry and not Douglas.
I don't know, I guess, but like still, Seattle had 2 weeks to prepare and they used it to find the tells. And the Patriots had 2 weeks to prepare, like, oh, let's get Demario Douglas the ball here.
I think Demario Douglas was Seattle probably did not expect him to be that much of a part of the game plan. And so, in other words, let's put the thought in let's put the thought in Seattle's mind. Hey, we're using Douglas much more than they probably thought. So let's keep doing it a couple of times, and then when Seattle starts preparing for Douglas, boom, we go to Henry.
Honestly, if I'm Seattle, I'm like, you keep throwing to Douglas. He's in no yards after the catch. You're fine. Go ahead, do it all night. I don't know. I think you have to find a way to get Henry open. He's your top threat, against his defense. So. I didn't like that.
Well, he is, except for the fact also that Seattle probably did not have that much respect for the other New England receivers.
Yeah, that's certainly true. They did shut down Diggs, but Hollins had a big game.
Back-to-back passes that included that first touchdown.
Yeah. By the way, the third bad beat. I had on DraftKings, they allowed you to bet who's going to catch the longest touchdown, and whoever does wins a share of I think $4 million. based on how many people bet into it.
Right.
So if for example, if you have that and 500 people bet Hollins, then you would win $8,000. Not cash, but like bonus bets, but still you can still bet those. I don't know how many people would have bet Hollins for that. I feel like a lot of people would have bet Jason or Walker or Diggs, or et cetera, Stevenson. So I bet Hollins, and that was the winner because he had the longest touchdown. And then 2 drives later, the Seattle defense gets the defensive touchdown, so that becomes the longest touchdown.
So you almost had 8,000. You mean?
I was just guessing, putting a number out there. I don't know how much it would have been.
I wonder what the actual payout was for
the Seattle defense. Well,
yeah.
it would have been Seattle,
or was it the defense as opposed to a specific player, unlike the offense?
It would have been Seattle defense. Yeah. So I feel like a lot of people bet that because it's also defense / special teams. So it's an easy bet to make. I know Nuggets, who was on last night's show, he won one of those during the season. I'll be for 1 million instead of 4 million. He had one of the defenses and he won. I think his payout was like $200 or something. That's it's always a lot of fun to do that. And I was like, oh yeah, Holland's gonna win. And then of course they had that defensive touchdown. But on the other hand, we did bet Seattle to score a defensive touchdown. So that ended up fine. What were your some of your prop bets that you won? Do you remember? Or like maybe some of your more significant ones?
Let's see. I had one. Well, the 2 quarterback passes being incomplete loss because they both went 0-2. So that tandem prop has been retired. It goes into from my Hall of Fame to my Hall of Nevermore. I did have that the final play of the game would not be a quarterback kneel down.
Okay, it was not. Yeah.
I think that was plus like 145 or 150. I think I mentioned earlier, I said that that there would be a field goal in each quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And that was plus 450.
Did that hit? That hit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That hit. Well, they'd already had the field goal earlier in the second quarter to make it 6-0. Then they had one at the start of the third quarter, I believe, to make it 9-0. And then they got one late in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Yeah. I did have, I went 1-1. I did have that there would be a 2-point conversion attempt. It came a touchdown later than it should have, and I did have which paid I think $270 or something, and then I had one that paid $3 something. I think it was $3 something. That there would be a successful conversion.
Okay.
That did not occur, and I don't know how that would have helped you with Henry because it might not have even counted much. He would have got
it's 2 points instead of 6.
But I think that was it. I'd have to take a look at some of the others because I did have a bunch of them. Lost a bunch of them as well. I mean, the one that I play every year and had no chance of winning was, the way the game unfolded. I had a chance at halftime because they're only down 9-0, but the team that scores first would not win the game.
Okay.
And of course, Seattle scored first, and the Patriots. I did not have the. No, I think I did have this team that scored last would win. I think I had the Jets would score last, but not the Jets. The Patriots would score last.
Okay. It's I was trying to find second half scoring more than first half. I could not find
everybody plays that.
Yeah,
I mean, the only question is, does it not include overtime? That's the one, clarification.
Right. They didn't have those on any of the American sports books.
You mean they didn't have which half will be the higher scoring first?
Yeah, I didn't see
that's
it.
like a traditional one they usually put like on the first page.
I know. I couldn't find it. I wanted to bet it, and that hit by a mile.
Now, by the way, let me ask you because I don't use the offshore books. Like DraftKings, they're not able to do it here in Las Vegas. I got enough options here, DraftKings and FanDuel. They have thousands of props, or at least hundreds of props, probably thousands. Do they have them in any organized order, or do you have to go scouting through everything to find what you're looking for?
Well, some of them are organized. Like if you want to bet passing yards or rushing yards, you have
Yeah.
it's all laid out by player, and then you could do all
Well,
alt
yeah,
alt
I sent you
yards.
the one for Westgate, which shows.
Yeah,
In fact, on the front page they show, okay, pages 1 to 4 are game props. Pages 5 to 8 are such and such props. 9 to 15 are Seattle player props, and then 16 to 20 New England player props and all that. And yeah, they sometimes they'll list them by. I think Westgate lists it for they may have 5 or 6 options for each wide receiver, for each
hmm
tight end, etc. And they're all the same prop, just the numbers are different. Rushing yards, receptions, first reception, first rush, whatever,
yeah,
and they
yeah.
do it there. But I mean, because there are some of those where they're all over with absolutely no um, no logical organization of the props. Consider that you got like several hundred props, and are you able to bet it over the computer or just over the phone?
Oh, computer, so easy.
Yeah.
Phone or computer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we used to have computers way before they came into the phones, and now I don't think there are any places that I mean you had to put like a flop a disc in there, a CD in there, and to make sure that you were calling from you were operating in state, and too many people were getting around that and all that. But yeah, because I found a lot of those disorganized, but the scoring ones usually they have right near the front because it is a popular. And of course the second half, whether it does include or does not include overtime, is usually higher priced.
Yeah, a little. But I feel like it's not highly priced enough. Usually, it's only like minus 130 or something, and feels like it should be
Yeah.
higher. But no, as far as organizations, like I could find certain things very easily. Like if I wanted to bet Walker under or George Halani over, like they're all
Yeah.
in the rushing yards section.
Yeah.
But certain things that they're hard to find. Like for example, I could not find MVP for on FanDuel. I just couldn't find it.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know where it was at all.
That's usually one of the first ones that would show up
Yeah.
because they got such a huge hold percentage on that.
Yeah, I couldn't find it, but it was super easy to find on DraftKings. So
Wow.
I don't know. FanDuel's organization's really bad. I know Bovada was no, I can't use Bovada in PA anymore, but not that I want to. But Bovada, I couldn't find anything ever. And I used to do the show with Jacob Kamiker, who was it was my original partner in one of the contests. He was like I don't know how he did it. He would always find stuff on Bovada. I'm like, Jacob, I can't find anything on here. He's like, oh, it's right here. And he was like always the go-to guy to find stuff. Maybe he knows that with FanDuel now. So we'll have to find a way to get Jacob on the show eventually. I don't know how.
What I would like to see a lot of these places doing, like for example, William Hill no longer uses numbers to identify what you want to bet on.
Oh,
So,
really? Okay.
and nobody likes it. The bettors don't like it, and the ticket writers hate it because you gotta, you gotta type in something that has to do with the word, like Stevenson rushing yards or something, and if you don't phrase it properly, it won't come up, as opposed to give me 1102.
Yeah, yeah.
I really believe a bunch of idiots designed systems like that. I mean, they have no idea what they're doing. Yeah, why make someone search for a certain prop by word? Why don't you give the damn thing a number or a bet for a team? Saturday on college basketball, okay? Yeah, give me the Tigers. Yeah, you want the Auburn Tigers? You want the LSU Tigers? You want the Clemson Tigers? No, how about just give me 123, which worked, by the way, for 50 years. So somebody had a bright idea. Why don't we stop using numbers?
It's so easy. The rotation numbers. I don't know why.
Because they're a bunch of idiots who, we know how to program. We have no personality, but we know how to program, but we don't know how to actually put into use what we program.
I think I ran into that issue at Caesars when I was in Vegas last summer. I wanted to bet Emeka Ibuka Offensive Rookie of the Year. And the guy, there was no rotation number for it for some reason. And like the guy was trying to type it in, but he couldn't spell it correctly. And so he couldn't find it for a while. And then eventually he did find it, but it took like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sure the 8 people behind you were very appreciative. And probably knowing the way they do business there was only one counter to open at the time that you did.
There was only one counter. You're
like a Wednesday afternoon or something.
Yeah. There's only one counter open. You're right.
In the middle of August.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why they do that. I have no idea. As you said, bunch of idiots,
A,
I
they're
guess.
stupid, and B, they don't give a damn. No, seriously, when you program something, whatever I mean, I program it, and I always keep in mind, is it easy enough for the user? And I'm going to be the only user, but is it easy enough for the user to figure out? And the reason I say that is because let's say I do baseball. Well, I'm going to go from October to February without thinking about baseball, and I'm
Right.
going to all of a sudden in February, okay, I'm going to start doing things again. Do I remember how to do it? And yeah, if it makes sense, I'll know how to do it.
Hmm.
But I mean, it's just anything that you program. If people who program these things for the sports books probably don't bet. They probably have no conception, because if they did, they'd think of an easy way to do it. Why type in how many rushing yards will so and so have? Why not have that be printed there? And let's say, okay, if someone wants to print that, they don't have to type it, just type in the number associated with it.
Yeah, that's
I would say,
super
I would
easy. I
say
think I know.
literally, if somebody was standing at the counter at a William Hill and they wanted to do, let's say, 20 props. If you do it by numbers, it probably takes 3 minutes.
Hmm.
10 seconds a prop. So, close to that. Okay. 18
Yeah,
seconds,
yeah.
3 minutes. If you do it under the current method, it probably takes 15 to 20 minutes. If you're lucky.
Right.
If the
Maybe they
guy
just
if
want
the
to
guy
keep you
can
there.
find it. What's that?
Maybe they just want to keep you there. I don't know.
No, I mean, you'd be surprised at how many people just walk away and say, we're not going to bother. Now, they may
Mm.
go over to the kiosk, but the kiosk is not much better. It's somewhat better. Well, no, William Hills isn't really all that good. Stations is a little bit better. Westgate doesn't have a kiosk.
I don't
Circuit
think I've
does.
ever
Circuit,
seen his.
yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a kiosk
In
at
West in Westgate, no.
or no, at any Vegas sports book. I guess I haven't been to
Oh,
any of them
South
that
Point
have
has a
them.
bunch of. William Hill has them all over the place.
Yeah, yeah, I haven't been to those. I've never been to
Oh,
William
okay,
Hill
yeah,
or South Point or Stations.
yeah.
I usually
Stations has them.
stick to like the Caesars, BetMGM, and then the Tuscany, which has Circa.
Yeah. Well,
And
Circa has kiosks, betting kiosks.
I'm sure the one downtown does, but not
No,
Tuscany.
Tuscany does.
It does?
Yeah.
Really? I
You
feel
know,
like
when you're facing the ticket windows, with
yeah,
the boards behind them, and you
yeah,
go off to your right, and
yeah.
you look straight ahead,
Where the papers are.
they have their line sheets both to the left and the right
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the ticket counter, and on the right side, by the line sheets, they have two kiosks.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't even know that. All right.
For some reason, I thought you did. Maybe it was someone else I was talking to. They went on the kiosk and they saw a number, and then they went to the countertop, and then it changed or something, and they wasn't sure if it had actually changed or they were given two different numbers for the same bet, for the odds or something. It was just that
Uh,
somebody must have at one of the other properties made a bet at that, in between the time that the guy wandered on the kiosk and walked over to the counter, which could have been, a few minutes, because he may have been looking at a lot of different things on the kiosk.
okay. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I just assumed there were only papers over there. I guess I never really
No,
looked.
I'll point it
Okay.
out to you next year
Okay. All right. Well, I look forward to it.
or next summer.
Yeah, yeah. It's only about 5 months away, so
Yeah.
I'm already thinking about when to go. And I think Tom wants to meet us out there as well.
Oh, that would
He
be
was down
fun.
at some, yeah, that would be fun too. Yeah.
I even know where I even know where there's an Arby's.
You have to go to Harvey. Well, the hot dog place, so I have to get
Oh,
get those hot
I
dogs.
was over there to cash some tickets because the Pass, which is in Henderson. I think I heard that they're changing from a Circa Sportsbook to either a William Hill or a Boomers, which is new in the area now.
Okay.
So I had to go cash tickets at Westgate, and of course Tuscany is about 5 minutes away. So I went there, and they recognize me there, of course, because I don't go as much during the season as I do after the season or during the summer. And I go to walk to the counter, and one of the guys says to me, "Oh, I'm gonna have some." I said, "Oh, I'm gonna have some lunch here." He goes, "Oh, are you gonna have a hot dog?" I said, "Yep."
They're very nice over there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
good
like
people.
oh yeah, I
Good
like the
people, good
Circa
food.
people. Yeah, yeah, I like the Circa people. Yeah, other sports books, a little less so.
Yeah.
But anyway, we had coming from the boss, having both Travion Henderson and Ibuka be co-favorites of Rookie of the Year, and not neither winning was a bad beat. Yeah, I had Emeka Ibuka 40-1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. It looked great for a while. I thought it was going to be a lock. And then, of course, didn't win. Then Travion Henderson was the favorite for a week after that Bills game. and he didn't win. I had him at 19-1 or 21-1. I can't remember. And I hedged with McMillan, so at least I won my hedge. But yeah, that would have been a really nice payout, unfortunately. So lots of bad beats, lots of content for my bad beats.
I call those needle in a haystack props, where you've got like 25 to 30 or more options.
Yeah.
You know, and especially with something like that where it involves voting, especially.
Right.
Because people can have different reasons. Oh, well, I'm a Cardinals fan, so I'll vote for this guy, or I'm a Jets fan, or I'll, whatever, as opposed to based on performance. Because you can always argue, you can argue, MVP, let's say, McCaffrey, Drake May, Matthew Stafford. You can come up with arguments for all three of them. And that's just a question of which one you will put more weight into.
I on my site where I give out awards, it's my 26th annual. I give it to Josh Allen MVP. But of course, my girl Mina, she argued for May to win MVP.
I thought you gave up on Russell Wilson.
No, it's Geno Smith.
Geno Smith, rather.
Yeah, I guess. Geno Smith's the top 10 quarterback, but not number one apparently. But
maybe in the AFC West.
That's true. Yeah, that's right. She voted for Drake May, and her argument was that he performed better than Matthew Stafford in common opponent games, which sounds okay. Fine.
What were there, 3 games?
Well, no, they're the NFC South teams.
Oh, that's right. I talked about it when I was comparing Seattle to New England.
Well, yeah, but if
which the Rams play a very similar schedule,
right? But if you're arguing who's more valuable to the team solely because right, solely because of how they performed against the NFC South, like that's a little ridiculous, I don't really understand that. I like I said, I would have voted for Josh Allen. I thought he was the most valuable player for his team. Take him off the team and replace him with a mediocre quarterback. I think they win 4 games. Sue question says, Andy, were there any $1 million plungers that bet the Super Bowl at any of the Vegas books?
I'm not aware of any. I do know that somebody did bet $253,000, I think, at Caesars on heads.
Oh, wow, really?
I think that, and another person bet $100,000 on tails.
Wow. Who bets that?
I think it came up heads, if I recall.
It did come up heads.
Yeah. People who either have too much money and don't know value. Because they laid 103.
It's terrible. Yeah, as you were saying, like if it was plus 100, that's actually better than the roulette wheel. So why not? Even minus 101 is fine, but like minus 103 seems like a
well, you figure, the casinos, why don't they give, they make thousands of props. Why can't they give someone true odds on one prop that is truly 50-50?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that penny is going to really hurt them. Why don't? First of all, you can advertise home of the even money prop.
Yeah,
it's only one, but it's. I'm not even going to say it's misleading because it's true.
It's true. Yeah,
it might be misleading, but misleading is depending on how you because and I would argue home of the even money prop, not props, not plural, prop.
Yeah. So, I why not? Even minus 101 is fine. Why not? But I agree. Like saying advertising that would be pretty clever. Futures are the best way to win. Big IMO, Andy. Plenty of odds are inaccurate. I agree with that. I think there are lots of misprices out there. Like Ibuka was mispriced.
Is he talking about futures for seasons or futures for things like as opposed to like props?
I think he means like offensive player of the year, defensive player of the year, offensive rookie of the year, Super Bowl, etc.
Oh, okay, yeah. So futures, as in, like betting. We'll get to it later. The teams that you bet in the Super Bowl for next year. Now, there is truth in that, but keep in mind also that there is so much that can happen between the time that you make the wager and the time that the event is decided that. It's the old trade-off. Do I bet early and risk the time element, or do I bet later, reduce the time element, get shorter odds, but have greater confidence that the bet is a good bet, even though I could have gotten 15-1 and now I can only get 12-1, but it's middle of the season as opposed to second game of training camp.
I'll say this. Now, I do love futures. I think that you can win a lot of money on them if you can find the missed prices. And Ibuka was I was beating the drum on Ibuka all summer. I love them in fantasy. But
by the way, how do you determine a missed price? For example, give me your rationale for Ibuka for Rookie of the Year.
Well, first of all, I love the prospect coming out of Ohio State. I thought he was super talented, but he was mispriced because there was misleading, not misleading data, but kind of like a misconception on the situation, which means, and this is why I love them in fantasy. It was because people assumed that he would be either the third or fourth receiver on the team because they had Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and also Joe McMillan. But
Evans and Godwin haven't they long been injury risks?
Yes, and I thought that the misconception was about Godwin. From everything I read about him medically, and like he had 4 surgeries.
Now you made this bet before the season or
before the season? Yeah, when I was in Vegas, I made the bet.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So
just trying to get the time content on that.
Yeah. So everyone assumed Godwin was just going to play. Godwin in our best ball drafts is going like 5th round, which means he was going to be a receiver 2 all year. But he had 4 surgeries on his foot, and like I listened to a lot of medical podcasts regarding football, and every doctor was like, this guy is not going to play until November. And I'm thinking like, what? Like, so Ibuka's going to be the receiver 2 on Tampa, where the receiver 1, Mike Evans, misses time all the time. Like he misses several games every year. I was like, and I said this on a show. I was a guest on the Fantasy Football Counselor show. It's a pretty big show. And it's pretty cool that I said this because he clipped it eventually. I was like, I think by October, there's a good chance Ibuka's gonna be the number 1 receiver on Tampa. What
were the odds?
40-1.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I said there's a good chance he can be receiver 1 in Tampa because Evans is an aging player. His hamstring injuries, like chronic hamstring injuries, and that's what turned out to be the case. He was the receiver 1 by week 3 when Evans got hurt. Godwin wasn't playing. Godwin was not close coming back, and he's great for a while. Ibuka was awesome, and he looked like a sure lock to win Rookie of the Year, and then he just I don't know what happened. I guess part of it was Mayfield getting hurt. But he just fell off a cliff and he just didn't do anything. And yet he was still like up there at the end of the year. Like I said this on our show. I said this to Tom, I believe. I thought that one of the Tampa Carolina games, if whoever had the bigger game between Ibuka and McMillan, if like one of them scored a couple touchdowns, I thought they were going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year because there's really no one else.
Yeah.
I thought.
Well, Jackson Dart if he had played a full season.
Right. Or Tyler Shuck if he played the full season.
Yeah.
Those 2 guys, there was like Tyler Warren got off to a hot start. He faded. Colston Loveland, slow start, but then he got hot.
He came on late, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a tough position to win.
Right. Genty was the favorite to start the year. And that was another thing. Here's I think that when someone else is mispriced, everyone else would be mispriced, especially the favorite.
Yeah.
Genty was the favorite. And yet Charlie Campbell is just the most accurate mock drafter. He was saying that I would not draft Ashton Genty until the 3rd round of fantasy drafts. He was going 1st round. And his
offensive line
concerns. I thought lack of receiving until the middle of the season because they didn't trust him in the passing game. It's just overall just a bad team. And so there's a good chance that he just wasn't going to meet production and he wasn't going to win. He wasn't going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. So he was by far the favorite. And so that was a misprice. So
that meant that if he's the favorite and he's mispriced because he's not going to be in contention, then by definition, the others odds are too high.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So exactly. So, that's why I thought it was a good number, but Essentially, Walt loved Ibuka so much he failed the Bucks for drafting him. Yeah, so
Ah,
that was the classic. The same thing with the Falcons. Like they got failed for taking Penix because it
yeah,
made no sense based on what they did before. Like they gave Cousins $100 million contract and then took Penix just
yeah.
didn't make sense. But the thing was wrong was giving Cousins the $100 million contract. What was wrong with
For a quarterback that age, yeah.
right, exactly. What was wrong about Ibuka was that they give Godwin a huge contract and then they drafted Ibuka. So that really didn't make any sense, especially given that their defense was so bad. But I guess they kind of realized they're like, oh, we have a Lemon and Godwin, and like he was going to play for a while. And just after listening to all the medical doctors are like, Godwin's not going to play till November. Then obviously that's when I changed my mind on Ibuka. Like I love the player. I thought the decision was bad, but we had misleading information, so that was basically it.
Yeah.
So
No, because futures on teams are a little bit different because voting's not involved.
yeah, right.
That's why it's difficult. Even I mean, in a Super Bowl to vote for an MVP, yeah, you're probably going to give it to a quarterback. What is it like 34 out of 59
Hmm.
out of 60 now? So that's still more than 50%. There's a good chance. But to bet on these preseason awards, I mean, for example, I don't know who the preseason was. Vrabel the preseason favorite
I don't know. I don't know
for
if he was.
coach.
He might have been. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
I mean, we knew. I mean, because you could, and I said it even deep into the season, you could make a case for Ben Johnson. I mean, the person I think that probably, I don't know, should have, because it's hard to argue with what Vrabel did. Liam Cohn, Jacksonville.
Yeah, yeah. I thought
He
he did a great
resurrected a
job.
former, he resurrected the career of a former #1 draft choice.
Yeah, Liam Cohen was fantastic.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not going to guess. Well, yeah, I was going to say, is that one of your Super Bowl plays, Jacksonville?
I do like them. I did not bet them yet. I might bet them eventually.
Yeah,
Just
let me
not
see
yet.
where they are at. Yeah, we'll get to that a little bit later, I guess. But
I think they're
Jaguars are
20 to 1.
25 to 1.
25 to 1. Okay.
They actually,
Yeah.
I'm going with the Westgate. The opening odds were as of the conference championship week, the 26th. Jaguars opened 30. As of Monday, which is the day after the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, it was as of the Super Bowl, so maybe before the game was played, but only two teams were playing.
Mhm.
25 to 1. So money has come in on Jacksonville, and I can understand it.
I do like it. I like that.
But you have to think: can Jacksonville repeat what it did this year? Now that they're going
Right.
to be people to aim at. I didn't see, yeah, Indianapolis once again collapsed over the second half of the season. The Titans are maybe better, but they're not going to challenge. And the big question is how will Houston, what are they going to do? They still have a very good defense, but we can see that Stroud, for a second year in a row, after his great rookie season, held the team back, and
Yeah,
didn't have much of a running game.
yeah, he's declined in the past 2 years. So,
Yeah.
maybe he turns around, but he is trending the wrong way.
But I like the fact that Cohn did it as a first year coach, and with a quarterback that was very highly thought of coming out of college. Now, of course, it's just 1 year that he's been with Cohn. But you take a look at a lot of these other quarterbacks. Darnold and Mayfield are good examples. That you get poor coaching initially, and then all of a sudden, go to the guy who knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's
I would not have been upset if Trevor Lawrence won, offensive rookie of the year.
yeah,
I mean, offensive
player
player
of
of the year. Player of the year.
year.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That would have made sense too. So, the two teams I picked, there's kind of a theme involved in them, and I'll get that to when we we'll get to that.
Okay. Yeah. I'll get the odds out here.
Are we back on the Dante Thornton train? Oh God, I hope not. that was. See, I made a good call with Ibuka. This is a bad call. But to be fair, like they try to go deep with him all the time, but they didn't have the blocking to do it. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like they misuse. I think Chip Kelly misused him. So they only use him as a deep threat, or I thought that like he could do other things, but apparently not. Like I said, triple of roulette on the strip now. Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's 000. Yeah. I don't know. 6'5" blackjack. I am not a blackjack player. I have no idea what that means. to be honest, I have zero clue.
It used to be 3 to 2.
Okay, I assume
And
that's a
by the
bet
way,
then.
and obviously 6-5 is not as big a payoff as 3-2. Yet the odds have never changed.
Well, Vegas is struggling, right?
Yeah.
With the tourism, so you gotta do what you can, I guess. Um,
I mean, you can only raise resort fees so much. Let's change the odds on the card games where you already have a house advantage.
they already nickel and dime you enough. Just
Yeah.
like it's
Or in the
absurd.
case of betting on heads or tails, penny you to death.
You're right. It's so bad. Everything's so expensive on this trip. It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Um, I was gonna say so to go back to what I was saying about the futures. So I love them because you can find misprices, right? The
Yeah.
downside though is that you're tying up your money
Yeah.
for like almost a year. And in fact, I remember a conversation that we had. We were leaving the Westgate and I was looking at the odds. They have those print sheets, and like one of them was just dedicated to like
Right.
one prop or one future, which was and I think this is right after Mahomes won his first Super Bowl, and the prop was, will Mahomes win two more
Yeah.
more than two
How
Super
many
Bowls?
will he win over like the next 5 years or something?
No,
The
I
next
think
10 years or
I
something.
think it was like Super Bowl wins for Mahomes over two
Yeah.
and a half or something. Um, and I remember looking, I'm like, I think he'll win
Where's he at
three.
now? 3? He's at
Yeah,
3, isn't he?
yeah, he's at three. Yeah. I remember looking at that. I'm like, I think he'll win three or more. And you're like, yeah, but do you want to tie up your money for 5 years? I'm like, okay, yeah, it's fair. No one to do that.
Well, with Mahomes, it might only take 2 or 3 years, which I think was the case.
That's true. That's true. But still, it's still like 2 or 3 years you're tying up your money. Like
Yeah.
where you can make a lot more money just on a shorter time frame.
Yeah, just reinvesting it, winning it, and reinvesting it.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, that's one thing with like bankroll management. In other words, if you do play futures, you set aside. Let's say I've got X amount. Let's say I'll just throw out a number, $50,000, and I'm gonna use my bankroll. I'll allocate say 10,000 of it to futures and 40,000 of it to week by week betting.
yeah.
You know, that way you know you're going to tie up your money for 6 months or so for 20% of your bankroll, and 80% of your bankroll will be in weekly action. And
Yeah.
maybe that 40,000 grows to 75 or 80,000 by the end of the year.
I think it was like even money. Like wasn't it like the over 2.5 Super Bowls?
I don't remember. I don't remember there was all that large, but
Yeah, it wasn't
I'm
that
pretty
large.
sure it was a plus, maybe like plus 120, 125.
Yeah, I think it was like plus 130 or something. Yeah, it was pretty close to even.
Yeah.
It
And I
wasn't
don't
like
remember
something
if that
insane.
I don't remember if that was indexed. They may have had an index portion of that prop too. Over 1.5, over 2.5, over 3.5, laddering it, like I guess you would say.
I don't recall that. I do remember over 2.5 being like
Yeah.
plus 130 or something. But yeah, like you type your money for several years that you could just day trade and make that amount of money like right away, like within a day. So it is there is a negative drawback to it too. So if it's about 6 months, I think that's okay. But still, it's still a significant amount of time where you could be doing something else.
I noticed we did not have as many cross sport props this year as we've had in the past.
Yeah, there was that weird golf one where you were rooting for the golfer you bet on to do worse.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, that was very strange. I didn't know if I like that. We did credit to Nuggets. He called Chris Goddard up to win the Phoenix, and we got
that was
that
a nice
correct.
call.
Yeah. He was.
What's he won now? 2 out of 3 tournaments or something?
Yeah, and he Nuggets likes him again this weekend at Pebble Beach. So it's 25-1 to win without Scheffler and McIlroy. So I bet that. But yeah, and then they had something for Brunson I saw, and Brunson I believe he had 40 points. Or maybe that was Monday night actually. I'm not sure what he did Sunday. But anyway,
it could have been tied. It could have been, by the way, tied into the Monday night prop.
Maybe.
To the game, to the Super Bowl.
Maybe it was. I'm not sure.
I mean, I don't recall. I think I want to say that the Westgate maybe only had like a dozen of those cross sport
Yeah.
props.
Yeah, usually you see a lot more, and I don't know.
I mean, they had 54 pages, and you notice what they're doing now is will such and such a player score 1 touchdown, 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you can now it's like an index prop for individual players. which they've always had. I mean, they had like I mean, they had like Sam Darnold's passing yardage, and they'd have it like in levels of 10, 170, 170 to 179, 180 to 189, et cetera, and give you maybe 15, anywhere from like 170 to 320 or something.
Yeah, they had that on like FanDuel DraftKings. Like you can,
in addition to over 232 yards or whatever the number was, as a yes or no.
Right. Yeah.
Over under.
Yeah. You can ladder them on like FanDuel DraftKings. It's what we do with the ladders. So, yeah, they have that on their passing yards. They have all passing yards and stuff. I wish they don't allow you to go under, like ladder the under. Like for example, if you like this would have been wrong, but if you like Walker a lot under, instead of like if you like the over, you can go 80 plus, 90 plus, 100 plus, 110 plus.
Right.
But like if you like the under, there's no like 670 minus or 60 minus, 50 minus. I would really wish they would do that, but unfortunately they don't.
Well, I guess it's because they have a better chance of winning the overs than they do, or winning the they probably win the unders more because he starts under and he stays under unless he goes over, and the one thing that keeps him from going over is time.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why they don't do that. It's a little weird, but okay. Any other final thoughts on the Super Bowl before we get to Super Bowl 61? Props. Anything else?
No, not really, because I guess it's all done with, and as far as that goes. By the way, Seattle did increase its rating in my power ratings a little bit.
Okay.
So they did finish the season number one by I think it was almost 3 points over the Rams.
Yeah, they were number one for me as well. I think after the NFC, the divisional round, I believe.
Yeah,
they were number one. We had this early NFL draft bet. Ruben Baines, top 10, out of top 10. Okay, Peter Woods in the top 10. I don't think Charlie has Baines in the top 10 and Woods out of the top 10. So I don't know what odds you're getting though. It really depends. And then Walt, for your next book, you should publish the 190-page back and forth with the Francis 21 Jag. Yeah, this guy and I, we just keep going back and forth on X, just like insulting each other. And I think on
any topic or just every topic.
No, he keeps saying, I don't know why he keeps bringing up like he's like Trump had a stroke and you're fat like Trump, and I'm like you're fatter.
What? Wait, say that again now.
He says Trump had a stroke, which is not true. And he's like, Trump had a stroke and you're fatter than Trump. And I'm
What's
like,
the connection?
I have no idea.
That he thinks that you're due for a stroke? Because a guy you're fatter than had one?
I have no idea. I don't know what he's talking about. And I'm like, you're even fatter than Trump, and you're worse. You're a worse person than Trump. And I keep saying like back and forth. I'm just messing around. I don't know if he's serious about it, but I think it's funny. At some point, it got tired. I stopped replying.
I'm guessing that you're both kidding around, but trying to be more clever than the other guy.
Yeah, but he's
trying to be out clever each other.
Yeah, he's starting to say the same thing over and over again, so I got kind of bored.
Well, then you're winning the creativity. You're being
right. Yeah, I don't know. He keeps saying Trump had a stroke. I'm like, I looked it up. I'm like, he didn't have a stroke. What are you talking about? And I don't know what that has to do with me.
Only he has are on the golf course.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
How many he gets from his play or gives his playing partner or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's pivot to Super Bowl 61. You have odds, I have odds here. Put them up on Caesars, and I believe this Caesars is the same as your Caesars.
I'm not sure.
My experience.
Maybe for the futures it is. I don't know that it is for the game-to-game odds.
I noticed for the futures it is. But I don't know about game odds either. But anyway, some are better on Caesars, some are better on FanDuel.
Well, Caesars, I think it's Caesars and William Hill. So let me see if I have those.
Okay.
Caesars owns William Hill, so let me see if I can.
I forgot about that.
Let me see here.
So yeah, I mean, if you see Rams 900, Seahawks 950. I don't know how up to date you're.
Did you make a play on the Rams?
No.
Yeah. Did you make a play on the Rams?
No, I didn't.
No. Okay. I wanted to.
I'm considering it.
And I may go over to tomorrow because when it opened, or at least when I saw it on Monday, they were 10-1.
Oh wow. Okay. Um,
which I thought was a fair price.
someone.
Well, well, actually, these odds opened at the Westgate on the conference championship day, the 26th of which may have been the day after, I think. So I think
Okay.
it was Sunday was the 25th, and then it was 26th, I think. Rams were plus 700. Everybody else was 10 to 7-1. Everybody else was 10-1 or higher. Now on the odds that came out after the Super Bowl, everybody's 10-1, including the Rams and the Seahawks. Although I think the Rams may be down to 9-1 because I have seen them at 8-1 in other places.
Um, yeah, I think that's what they are on FanDuel. Gonna look here. Yeah, they're 8-1 on FanDuel, but they are 9-1 on Caesars.
Yeah.
Do you have the Caesars numbers? Is that what it says?
Let me see. Well, these are William Hill. I'll check to see where the numbers are.
Okay.
Yeah, Caesars had the Rams at 9-1.
Okay. Are Seahawks 950?
Seahawks are 10-1.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a little bit different then.
Yeah, this is now a week old. These odds.
Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah.
What's the longest shot you have for Caesars?
I have the Jets and Cardinals at 200-1.
Okay. See, in this one, Arizona's 200-1. The Jets are tied with the Raiders at 175-1.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Raiders are 125-1 here. That's a little weird.
Here at Westgate, they are 100-1 because it's a Vegas team.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Not that should really matter, other than they know they're going to get a lot of recreational money on the Raiders because of the locals.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so someone brought up yesterday the possibility of Aaron Donald coming back. Because the Super Bowl is in LA. Stafford was saying, "I want to play one final home game." Yeah. Maybe Donald comes back for one last ride. If he comes back, that number is going to fall. I don't know, 7-1. So I think getting in 9-1 sounds pretty good to me. So yeah, I haven't bet it, but I like. What'd you say?
Well, I may end up doing it. Let me just check because I do have that app. So let me see if I can get to.
Okay. Yeah, it's especially with the Super Bowl in LA. It's a good narrative. I feel like with Seattle coming off the Super Bowl win, like there's an opportunity for the Rams to be the best team. And who knows, maybe Stafford won't have a back injury that'll prevent me from betting them heavily in late August, like it did this past August, which was it's pretty tilting. I like the Rams a lot. It didn't matter actually because the Rams didn't win. That's what like kept me from betting them late. I was like, okay, I'm gonna bet the Rams to win. I didn't want to do it right away because was Stafford gets hurt in training camp.
Yeah, let me tell you, I got the. Where they have football now here. Football futures, not early. Well, the early line has the NFC minus 2.5 with a total of 149.5, and the money line for those who are interested minus 145 plus 125. As far as the
NFC is dominated the last two Super Bowls.
Yeah, Super Bowl futures. The Rams and Seahawks are both plus 900. Bills are 10-1. Let's see. Lions are 12-1. Packers are 12-1. There are a lot of teams under 20-1. There are a lot of teams here.
There are a lot.
Okay, that's 100-1. They cut off a zero there, but let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Almost half the league at 20-1 or less.
A lot of parity at the top, I guess.
Well, after what happened this year, they were both like 60, 50, 60, 71, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're cutting down the number of teams. In fact, looking at the sheet, which is let me get out of the app here, which is current. The sheet's only a few days older. I mean, can you find a team? Because I mean, if you were looking at a team like the Bears or the Jaguars, which would be reasonable, they're both 25-1, and the Jags open 30-1.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is a team that, depending upon what they do as far as backup quarterback, if you like the Vikings, they're 50-1.
That's something that Butters brought up yesterday. because the Vikings called the Bengals to trade for Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
And look, and the Bengals may not do it, but it just goes to show that the Vikings are aggressive in trying to
Yeah.
find a solution there.
And they have a good, Flores back as defensive coordinator.
Yeah, the defense is awesome. They have a good offensive line. They have great receivers, solid running game. The only thing they missed, I like the coaching staff. The only thing they missed was a quarterback last year.
Yeah.
Uh,
Same thing with Atlanta. I like this team. They're
yeah,
80-1.
yeah. I think that's
In a
interesting.
division where it may very well be Atlanta. Well, the Saints, I don't know that they have enough to get up there, but the Saints are 100-1.
Yeah, they're 125 to 1 here on Caesars, and I believe that they're 175 to 1 on FanDuel.
Mm.
That's a crazy number.
Well, I have to think that next year, and again, we don't know what these rosters are going to look like, but I think Tampa Bay is going to. I think they're on the start of a decline,
Yeah,
and the Panthers, don't know about them. You know, they have a good nucleus. I like the coach.
Mm-hmm.
There doesn't really seem to be. Look, I mean, what, 3 of the teams ended up 8-9 this year.
Yeah.
And if they had 2 more games to play, Saints probably could have had 8 wins. They were playing very well at the end of the year.
They were. Yeah, they definitely were. Shuck was really impressive. He had a bad first start, and then he just kept getting better and better.
And there's again, I like coaches in their second year, like Mike McDonald. Well, I like Kellen Moore, second year coming up.
I like Kellen Moore. I think he, we're not going to do off coach of the year, but he could certainly be the coach of the year next season if the Saints win. It's a bad division, not a lot of competition.
If they make the playoffs at 11-6 or better, he will be I think a leading contender, depending upon what somebody else does. Will your Commander/Redskins bounce back?
Well, I don't know. I liked them a lot last year, and they were a huge disappointment. The problem for me is that Jane Daniels, I just don't trust him to stay healthy. He got hurt 3 or 4 times last year. He got hurt his rookie year, not as much, but could this be a Robert Griffin situation where just he just has a great rookie year and just falls out of the league?
Maybe it's from drinking that Potomac water.
Right. He can't stay healthy. And that's a worry. Their defense really declined. I'm not a big Dan Quinn guy. I mean, as a coordinator, I love him, but not as a head coach.
Intriguing team to me is the Giants.
I talked about them
because they have a very nice nucleus of talent. Coaching upgrade, you would think.
Mm-hmm. What number do you have there?
What's that? The Giants are 50-1.
Yeah, they're 75 to 1 on FanDuel. Yeah, I so do you want to continue on the Giants? Because I could talk about them too.
Yeah, whichever way, sure.
Well, I was saying, John Harbaugh, huge upgraded coach. You always talk about it. Whenever you get an upgrade, like the Chargers got from going to Staley to Jim Harbaugh, this is that sort of an upgrade.
Or the Bears going from Eberflus to Ben Johnson.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is that sort of upgrade.
Or the Lions going from Dan Campbell to Dan Campbell.
Right. Jackson Dart
live the other way. Yeah.
Jackson Dart in his second year. Cam Scatterbo's coming back. Malik Neighbors coming back. They still have Andrew Thomas.
They still have Andrew. They got a nice defensive line.
Yeah. They have some big holes like defensive back and interior line, but they have a high pick. Maybe they fix one of those areas and suddenly they look a lot better. I think 75 to 1's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, we got them 50 here.
Yeah.
Let me see. So I imagine their lines for conference odds about half of that.
Yeah, makes sense.
And what are the conference odds on the Giants there? 35 to 1.
Let's look.
Maybe 40.
We got 40. Yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting. It's still an NFC team. If it was AFC team, I'd like the conference more. Than the Super Bowl. But no, there have been so many second-year quarterbacks who made a huge leap and gotten the team to the Super Bowl. You had Russell Wilson do it, Roethlisberger did it, Joe Burrow did it, a bunch of Mahomes did it. A bunch of other guys can't think on the top of my head. Carson Wentz. It's definitely a trend. when you have a young quarterback in his rookie contract, having experience
Yeah.
and getting a coaching upgrade. And I'm not in love with the NFC East. Yeah, you have the Eagles there, but the Eagles appear to be on a decline. The Cowboys have an atrocious defense, and the Redskins can't have their quarterback stay
Yeah.
healthy. So the Giants could really make a big leap and
Yeah.
win the division or something.
Well, you still have to believe that the three best teams in the conference when healthy. Well, I guess you throw Philadelphia in there because of the talent, but you have to say the NFC West with San Francisco, Seattle, and the Rams.
Yeah. Do you like any of the NFC North teams?
I could make a case for all of them.
Yeah. Um, I mean, I could too. Yeah.
I mean, I could see all four of them making the playoffs, or any of the four. It's
Mhm.
unlikely all four would because, you'd have to claim all three wild cards. But
Right. Right.
I would see at least two of them making it. What was it
Right.
this year? You had the Bears and the Packers,
Yeah. Bears, Packers, Lions just missed out, and
as did the Vikings.
the Vikings in the end they made a run, and they actually they went over their win total, which is 8.5. I gave up on it. I bet
Yeah,
it, and I assumed I lost it, and then I was like, I was still looking at my slips. I'm like, wait, this won.
yeah.
I forgot about it. They went on a run, so that was nice. At least they didn't quite make the
Were they
Super
eight
Bowl.
and a half
So
or 9.5 on them?
I had 8.5.
Okay, because I think I closed 9.5. I believe.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I played the over 8.5. Do you want to guess which two teams I bet? Now it's
One
you
in
could
each
either
conference.
one in each conference. Yeah.
You said you
Yeah,
did
because
the
I also bet
exact.
right bet the exact. And there is a theme with these teams. I will say that. And I can tell you the theme now if you want because
Yeah.
it's pretty hard to guess. Um, they both have very easy schedules, and the schedules. And the reason I came up with this is because the Patriots and Seahawks, they both play the NFC South. And so I
Okay.
thought let's look at teams this year who are going to play the NFC South, and let's take the best teams from those divisions. So that's your starting point.
Okay. Which division plays the NFC South?
The both the North divisions this year.
AFC North and NFC North.
Yep.
Okay, the AFC North. I'm tempted to say Cincinnati.
I don't mind. It's not Cincinnati, but the I'm so torn on them. Just because they have
Then the
no
only other the
defense.
only other team I could see would be Baltimore.
It's Baltimore, yeah.
Yeah.
The 14-1. It's not like an amazing number, but I they were what like 7-1 last year, 8-1 or something.
I actually played them at 9-1 the night of the
9-1.
Super Bowl last year.
Okay.
I think they went down to as low as 7, and then probably high up to like out of the money.
Right.
They were taken off
So
the board in about week 17 or 16.
right. So they're at a discount now than they
I'm
were
showing them.
last
I'm
year.
showing them as 16-1.
16-1. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're at a discount now than they were last year. They have a new coach, so maybe it's like a Tony Dungy to John Gruden situation,
And
like Tampa had.
new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, new offensive coordinator. They
And
have
who is that? Who is the offensive coordinator now?
who was it? I can't remember off the top of my head.
It was Todd Monken, I think, last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Todd Monken.
And I didn't like
Declan
it.
Doyle. Declan Doyle from the
Okay.
Bears.
Okay. Yeah, I did not like Monken,
Yeah,
and I've
no.
talked about it before because of his. I'm not even going to say misuse, his lack of use of Derrick Henry.
Yeah, it made no sense. And then so Lamar Jackson was only healthy for 3 games last year.
Yeah.
So you presume he's going to be healthier. Their
Well,
defense.
he's had injury issues in past, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah, he wasn't able to finish a couple seasons, but some
Because
seasons he's
what's
been
he
able to
now?
stay healthy.
28, 29?
He was a rookie in 18, so it's going to be year 8 for him. So if he might be like 30.
Okay.
He is let's look. He is 29. So
Okay.
yeah. So you assume he's going to be healthier. He's lasted full seasons before. It's not like he's hurt every year.
And
you
who
have
plays the NFC North in the NFC?
Who plays the NFC North and the NFC? What do you mean? Oh,
Which who plays the four? You play in your conference. You play the four teams in one division, and then in the other two divisions, you play the team that finished in the same position in their division that you finished in yours.
okay, so who play? You're asking for AFC North or NFC North? Because we're talking about the
You're talking about the NFC, right? The three team. That you're talking about the AFC North plays the NFC South, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So who plays the NFC South in the NFC? Which division?
NFC North, or the NFC Central, as they used to be called.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about Packers, Vikings, Lions, and Bears.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a tougher one, I guess. All four teams could do it.
Yeah. Ooh. I would think the Lions are due for a bounce back.
It is the Lions. It is the Lions.
I'm just 10-1.
15-1 here. 15-1.
50, okay, yeah, it's 10-1 here, and like I said, 14 of the 32 teams are priced at 20-1 or less.
Actually, it's 16-1 of FanDuel. So
okay,
but yeah.
My first thought here is that I'd much rather. I mean, obviously you can play with the exact. You can play it in each conference, but I'd much rather look for a team in the AFC because I think the AFC is more wide open.
So I agree.
When I say more wide open, I think there are fewer teams at the top of the AFC than there are in the NFC.
I agree with that. The pushback I'll say is like the NFC is better. So if the NFC team gets the Super Bowl, they have a better chance to win, I think. But
it's reflected in the fact that the Super Bowl future has them at -2.5.
Right. So
no, but I'm saying you've got so many. I'm going to take a look at the odds of those. I'm going to take a look at the 12 teams that are less than 20-1.
Okay.
NFC has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I guess it's 6 and 6. AFC: Bills 1, Patriots 2, Chiefs 3, Ravens 4, Texans 5, Broncos 6. I'm sorry, Chargers 6. Yeah, 6 and 6. So it's actually spread out about the same.
Yeah.
So
this is all 20-1 or better. You're saying?
No, those 12, 6 in each conference, were under 20-1, and the two 20-1 teams. There's 2 in the AFC: Broncos and Bengals.
Okay, I'm showing
so the
30-1.
The AFC has 8 teams at 20-1 or less. The NFC has 6 teams at 20-1 or less, and the next 2 are both at 25-1. And but Jaguars are 25-1, so that now 9 AFC teams at 25-1 or less, and the Bears are 25-1, so that's now 7. So 9 AFC teams at 25-1 or less, 7 NFC teams at 25-1 or less. And just looking at those numbers without looking at the overall distribution, that would suggest that the NFC is the tougher conference because you've got fewer teams at the lower odds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. So I do think you're right. It's easier for an AFC team to get there, but if they do, they'll probably be underdogs. Depending.
Now you have the schedule for who that 17th game is against, or have they not announced that yet?
I do. I could put that on the screen. What team do you want to see? Because I have all the opponents here.
I haven't looked at them.
The
16 opponents we already knew.
Yes.
The 17th opponent is what AFC division plays what NFC division, and then you know that the number 1 team in that AFC plays the number 1 team in their corresponding NFC division.
The Lions special game, we'll call it that special game. It's against Tennessee. So
because they finished 4th.
Right.
I'm guessing then that Chicago's special game would be against the Jaguars.
Let's confirm. Here you can see on the screen here as it loads. I think you're probably right about the Jaguars.
I think they do it by division.
Yeah, there we go. Jaguars. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Packers would play the Colts, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
and the Texans would play the Vikings.
Yes, I think that's true.
Yeah.
Packers play the Texans,
Oh, Packers play. Yeah, yeah, and the Vikings play
the Colts.
the Colts. Yeah, other way
Yep,
around.
yep.
I had it. Yeah,
Right, right. So it's a big advantage for the Lions having to play Tennessee.
yeah.
Um, and yeah, the Lions schedule to go back to it for a
So you
second.
got the Lions and the Ravens.
Yep, yep. So the exact for that is 110-1 for Ravens over the Lions, and same the other way.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so this schedule. So the Lions they play as I said the NFC South. They also play against the AFC East, which is a mixed bag because you get Bills,
Well,
Patriots,
you
but you
have to
also get
believe.
Jets,
Yeah, you have
Dolphins.
to believe that the Bills and the Patriots will once again
Yeah,
be the top two teams by probably a considerable different distance over Miami and the Jets.
They do get New England at home. But yeah, they play the Jets and Dolphins.
Who's that? The Lions.
The Lions play the Patriots at home.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are three special games, as we said before, Tennessee, and then inside the conference, Arizona and the Giants.
Yeah.
So
And that's a
easy.
huge edge. Well, for I'd say both teams, but we expect the Giants to be better.
Mhm.
But I don't know. We can say the same about Arizona. So that's a huge edge for Detroit in the NFC North versus the other three teams in the NFC North who have to play Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks.
Right, exactly. So that's yeah, they have a
The
fourth place
NFC
schedule.
NFC North could go 1-3 against the NFC West,
Yeah, right.
with
Yeah,
Detroit being the one team that wins because they play the Cardinals.
right. It's a huge advantage
Yeah.
in Tennessee as well. Yeah, that's why it's so favorable. That's why kind of the Lions really stood out to me. And then the Ravens schedule, real fast. As said before, they play the NFC South. I believe they also play the AFC South.
So the NFC South means they would play Carolina.
Yeah, well, they play against every team in the NFC South.
I'm sorry, which team were we talking about now?
The Ravens.
Oh, yeah, oh, okay. The Ravens play all four teams, and in the NFC South and in the AFC South, they would play Jacksonville.
Well, they play every team in the AFC South as well.
Oh, okay.
So they're three different games. Two tough ones.
Okay, Jacksonville. Then they would be playing the Broncos, and they would be playing the Patriots.
No. They're remember they're second place. They finished second in the NFC.
Oh,
North.
that's right. I'm sorry, Pittsburgh won. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
AFC
they would
North,
play.
right.
They would play the Chargers,
Mm-hmm.
and they would play the what division are we looking at?
The Bills. The Bills.
The Bills. Yeah, Buffalo. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not. Those are two not easy teams.
Yeah. On the bright side, they play Dallas. In the NFC East, which I don't.
Dallas finished second.
Second, yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'd rather have Dallas than the Giants, honestly.
Where do they play Dallas?
In Texas Stadium, AT&T Stadium.
Okay.
So
so that means if the Giants had finished second, they would have played at MetLife, or whatever they call it now.
Yeah, right. So what's going on, guys? I'm late. I hope you're still going for a little while. Yeah, we're talking about Super Bowl 61 odds here. Glad you can make it, Dom. All right, so Andy, do you you know what I bet so far, and I do have a few other teams I want to bet. Obviously, we talk about the Rams, Jaguars, but I really wanted to focus on the teams that play the NFC South, just because of the theme that we had for the Super Bowl. Are there any teams?
I have not made any plays yet. I may go. What did I say? The Rams are down to 9-1 at Westgate, so I may go there. Because I think they are the best balanced team in the NFC. I don't think the Eagles are that anymore.
Yeah.
Obviously, I like the quarterback, Stafford. I like the development of the running game, which was a weakness 2 years ago. Got somewhat better last year and continued that this year, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Puka, could easily have been Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah,
with what he accomplished. I mean, what was he? The two leading receivers were both in the NFC West.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Seattle and the Rams.
Yeah,
and then you had the most versatile player in the NFC West with McCaffrey.
Yeah, who somehow stayed healthy every game.
Yeah,
which was if you gave me odds on that he would play 17 games,
Yeah.
That would have been, I don't know what you could have gotten for that. But that's
I mean, if you're a 49er fan, you got to feel really bad because your best player stays healthy after not being healthy, but everybody else got injured.
yeah, exactly.
Especially on the
It's
defense.
insane. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure yet because again, I like to look. I'm still a believer in the Chargers.
Yeah.
With Herbert and Harbaugh.
Did you like the Mike McDonald hiring? I mean, not Mike McDonald, Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, apparently he's much more qualified to be an offensive coordinator than a head coach.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
But I had no problems with who was it? Greg Roman.
Yeah.
I mean, what could he do with the offensive line issues? I mean, he has a proven track record before that. But if your quarterback is playing with a surgically repaired wrist from the middle of the season and offensive line woes all season, what could you really have expected out of them?
I mean, I agree with that. Yeah.
They at least they didn't get blown out in their playoff game like they had the last few times.
That's true.
But yeah, no, I don't know that the change. And you lost one of your best running backs at the start of the season.
Yeah, they lost a lot. They had a lot of players in and out. Khalil Mack missed a few games.
Yeah.
Denzel Perriman missed a few games.
I don't like teams that are playoff teams making those kind of changes when the issue for them not finishing better was due to above average number of injuries. I'm not even going to say average number of injuries. I think they had considering how many they had, the duration of their injuries, and the positions at which they had those injuries, I would say they were amongst the probably top 5 most unfortunate teams this year.
Oh, I would say that. Yeah. I mean,
them and the 49ers, I think, would be there.
Yeah, losing both tackles,
both left tackles, not just both tackles. Yeah.
Yeah. And both, I even think that their third string tackle got hurt too.
I do think he missed a game or two. Yeah.
Yeah. So they had a lot of bad luck. It just seems like the Chargers always have bad luck,
Yeah, but see, that's not a reason to change.
Yeah.
Again, they had basically one running back all season until Hampton got back.
Yeah.
So I'm not crazy about it, but Harbaugh knows what he's doing. So it's McDaniel. So I don't know. Is McDaniel an upgrade from Roman?
I think so. I think.
Where was McDaniel the offensive coordinator before?
He was with the 49ers. He was also at the Redskins before.
Where did he go to? From which team did he go to Miami as head coach?
He was I think it was the 49ers because he was with Kyle Shanahan for a while.
Okay.
He was coordinator with the Niners and then before that he was with the Redskins and Falcons.
So he McDaniel oversaw the development of Purdy.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it was McDaniel who suggested Purdy be Mr. Irrelevant.
I don't know. Maybe.
The thing with Mr. Irrelevant, keep in mind, that's not just an insignificant position, because it's the one guy that if he had not been picked, might have been offered tryouts by 7 or 8 teams.
Yeah.
Being the next guy who how many people, how many other GMs were saying, don't pick Brock Purdy, bro, don't pick Brock Purdy. We want to have him in as a free agent.
Well, it's their fault for not drafting him then.
But that's quote unquote the gamble they take, and it's really only there may have been 8 or 10 players that they say we hope the 49ers don't take with that last draft pick. Okay, well of those 8, 7 were available, but the one that wasn't available was the quarterback that a lot of people might have wanted. So but the point is that maybe McDaniel saw something in him and recommended that, hey, let's use our last pick on him as opposed to somebody else. Because who were the quarterbacks back then?
With the Niners?
Did
they have Trey Lance and Garoppolo? Was it Trey Lance Garoppolo, I think?
Garoppolo, I think, was there.
And Trey Lance, I believe.
All right. Sam Darnold didn't come in until...
Yeah, Sam Darnold's 23. Yeah.
Was it 22 and 23 or just 23?
I think it was just 23. Yeah.
Okay.
Dom with a $2 super chat. Love the opinions. Any best bets? I already bet the Ravens and Lions to win the Super Bowl, and then I bet an exacta with them at 110-1. I did that because to recap, both teams play the NFC South this year, and especially the Lions have such an easy schedule. It's ridiculous. So I think they both can bounce back, and they're both at a discount from when they were last year. So there's no reason to think that they can't bounce back. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we do like other.
I've not made any futures left. The one I'm looking at right now, and it is one of the favorites. Rams at 9-1. I still like this team. I mean, keep in mind that they were the only team that really handled Seattle as far as playing them on the field.
Yeah,
and they did it twice.
Yeah.
Well, and the one game they didn't was the game they won against them.
Yeah, or 3 times, right? I mean, they
they won the first game, but I think Seattle had all the stats in that game.
Yeah, Darnold just got off to a rough start because he had 4 interceptions.
Yeah, the one that they lost to Seattle, they had those huge numbers and a big lead.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the playoff game.
Yeah, that game, I think Evan made $6,000 or $8,000 on that second game, the Thursday night one.
Yeah,
they hit every single ladder.
and the playoff game, the Rams had their chances. It was on the road, of course, and it was a scoreless fourth quarter.
Yeah, 4th down. They screwed up on 4th downs over and over again.
That's the one that I think you and I disagreed on. I think I said they should have gone for the field goal.
Yes,
make it 31-30.
Yeah, and they also muffed that punt where the guy's falling down.
Yeah.
So
but you know what? That happens, and because of their special teams.
Yeah, their special teams are horrible.
If they had excellent special teams and that was like the first muffed punt of the season, I'd put something to it. But was anyone surprised that was there anyone surprised that a really good special teams team, Seattle, did very well against a very poor special team, the Rams?
Yeah, no, you can't be surprised by that at all. It's
you don't know when it's going to happen or if it's going to happen.
Right.
But if you had told me that that the Seattle was the one who lost the game because of a special teams fumble that got returned, I would, or set them up either way, I would have said that would have been more surprising, because that would have been out. That would have, I won't say out of character, but out of past performances for Seattle to do that, just as recovering one of those special teams plays would have been out of the performance profile of the Rams.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. So their special teams are horrible. They have to improve that. Feels like that's an easy thing to fix. I'm not a special teams coach, but feels like that's fixable. They're late round guys you can take who are good at special teams. And then
have the Rams done anything with their special teams coordinator?
Not that I don't think so.
Okay.
So saying Rams defense is average down the stretch. Yeah, he is right. Yeah,
that's being kind.
They suffocated.
They were horrible behind the
last
7-8 games.
They suffocated teams in the first half of the season. Yeah. Like they just sat on teams.
They dominated.
Half. Yeah, and I don't know what happened, but I know their safety got hurt, Quentin Lake, but it's only one guy. I don't really understand what happened on the stretch. I have to maybe look into it, but it feels like they're super close.
McVay hasn't lost anybody from his staff, has he?
No, they brought in Cliff Kingsbury as some sort of specialist,
consultant or something. Assistant head coach or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So,
did he replace somebody or was he just an addition?
I don't think he replaced anyone. I think they just brought him on. So, we'll see if that does anything. But they are close, and all these defensive issues, they just go away if Aaron Donald comes back. That'd be huge. So that's the reason to bet the Rams is if there's an outside chance that Donald returns, you're going to want to have the 9-1 rather than the 6.5 or 7-1.
What do you think about the Eagles?
It feels like they're on the decline. Lane Johnson.
Was there some internal things this year? Because they did not look like the same team. And I think they got rid of the problem with the offensive coordinator.
Right, but I'm not too thrilled with the guy they brought in.
Who was that? Where is he from?
Sean Mannion.
The former quarterback.
Yeah, look, he could work out. He could be good.
Where was he with? In what position too?
He was. I think he was with the. Was he with the Packers? Hold on. Where was he? Packers. Yeah, he was the quarterbacks coach of the Packers. So
Yeah,
he
that's
he did
okay. I
he
have
did a
no
good
no problem with
yeah,
that. Yeah,
he did a good job with Malik Willis, and
yeah.
apparently he's viewed as the next up and coming guy. Maybe he's gonna be great. Maybe I don't know. He's just an unknown because he's never been a coordinator before. So I can't imagine him being worse than Patullo, but then again he's an unknown. So
Yeah.
maybe he
No,
won't be
so is
better.
Patullo, wasn't he?
Yeah, maybe he won't be better. Patullo signed on to someone, I think today or yesterday.
Oh,
I don't know.
but they
I
still
think
have talent. And of course, I don't know. Is Lane Johnson coming back, or is he retiring? Or
well, you never know. But he's gonna be 36 in May,
yeah,
so
that's why retirement might be an option.
right. And then Lander Dickerson's talking about retirement,
Yeah.
so they could lose. There's potential that they lose two linemen. AJ Brown, his status is up in the air. He probably stays
Well,
on for one more
didn't he?
year.
Yeah, didn't he come out recently with some positive comments?
Yeah, I think he's going to stay for one more year. But still,
Yeah,
and they lost their offensive line coach, who
yeah.
did a great job. So there's a lot of things going south for the Eagles. They could rebound. They still have a great defense, but it feels like they're a team on the decline. It feels like their stock was at the top and it's falling now, and you're trying to catch a falling knife.
Well,
Almost.
in many ways, they're like Kansas City because they've been basically
Yeah,
a perennial playoff team for all but maybe one, possibly 2 years since like 2017.
yeah.
3 Super Bowls during that period.
You speaking of, do you like Kansas City at all to bounce back?
Uh, at 16-1. Well, we don't know how well Mahomes is going to rebound after that injury.
Yeah.
He's a year older. We don't know what about Kelsey. His play has clearly declined, but he also played a good part of the season without Mahomes, and those two have developed a very strong, connection as far as go-to guy.
He may retire.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. The defense, it's got some weaknesses, but it's still, I still rate them above average. Where do they come in on your what I call fake ratings? But no, your EPA or do you use DVOA or
EPA.
EPA?
Yes.
Yeah. Where are the Chiefs rank? I'm going to say probably somewhere 15 to 20.
21. So just under that. Their pass rush got really bad.
Yeah.
They just couldn't get any. And that remember that Dallas game on Thanksgiving, like they had no prayer of stopping Dallas at all.
Yeah.
Chiefs need to fix their offensive line and their defensive line too.
Yeah, I would tend to say they're probably on the decline. I was not surprised. Well, this was the year that I finally did not play Kansas City over its season win total.
I remember you telling me that. I was surprised.
Do that almost every year.
I know. I was surprised. You always do it.
Well, again, I was not surprised that they struggled this year after last year. It had nothing to do with losing the Super Bowl. It's just that the team had played so many playoff games since like 2017 or 2018, whenever it was when they started that long run, that it has to catch up with you, especially with so many players on both sides of the ball who've been there a long time, getting a year older. And they actually have and with all those playoff games that they played over that period of time, they actually have an extra season that they've played cumulatively.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
So, that's why it's so difficult. These, in the old days, 50 years ago, you didn't have that issue because before the merger, you had the champion of the East in the NFL play the champion of the West, and that was it. Yeah. Same thing in the AFC or AFL. And then they broke into 4 divisions in the NFL, and they started to have those, what they call the Century Division, the Capital Division, some sort of goofy names. North, South, East, West, which is a little too easy to understand. But but the point is that they didn't play 2 or 3 or now up to 4 playoff games a year back then. Now they do. Now over a course of 2, if you make the Super Bowl back-to-back seasons, as a wild card, whether you win or lose, that's 8 extra games you've played.
Yeah,
that's half a season over a 2-season stretch, and you go back to like the 1970s, even 1960s for sure. To play 8 games in postseason was 4 years, 5 years.
Mm-hmm. So
I think that takes a toll on a lot of these things. That's why I'm concerned about Buffalo, Remember they went, what was it, almost 20 years without making the playoffs? I think
Yeah.
they missed one since then.
Hmm.
And I don't know that I would have gotten rid of McDermott. He wasn't the problem. Once again,
I
injuries.
I don't know if he's. I don't think he was the problem. I don't know if he's the solution though.
Well, I think. Well, I mean, look, they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
Which is what they win 10 or 11 games, 11 games, I think. Was it?
Well, they went over 11 and a half because I bet over 11 and a half.
So
I
12
think
and 5.
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
So who do they think McDermott is? Marty Schottenheimer?
I guess
Well, Marty, now it's a little bit different. Although Marty Schottenheimer had, Philip Rivers and Latainian Tomlinson,
mhm.
and Buffalo had Woods this year, or Cook rather, and Allen. But even so, you go 12 and 5, and remember Schottenheimer, what, he got fired because the kicker missed a kick in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how do you get rid of a coach because the kicker missed a kick? And remember, he coached teams that had talent, but never close to the top 1 or 2 or 3 teams that were talented in the league.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, it
know,
was a little absurd that they fired him.
and,
So
same thing with McDermott. He had a really good team, but this year's team. Now I don't know how they compared offensively to last year. I think they were still pretty good, but defensively they had all the key injuries throughout the season, and that was. I won't say that was a strength the past few years, but it certainly was not the weakness it was this year.
yeah,
And yet they still go
16th in
12 and
defense.
5.
Yeah, 16th in defense, 8th in
This
offense.
year. This year,
Yeah,
8th in offense.
8th in
Do you have
offense.
what they were
16th.
last year? 2024.
I do. I just need to open the file. Which we'll see. Luckily, it came right up. Let's see. Last year the Bills were first in offense and 13th in defense. So
Okay, so slightly down in both this year.
Yeah.
And the receiving core was not that great, as I recall, this year.
No, it wasn't
compared to last year.
Who was different from last? Well, they had Amari Cooper, but he wasn't doing much.
No, he was a partial contributor.
Yeah,
but they had a lot of those injuries, especially on defense, so the offense had to do more.
And Josh Allen too had the broken bone in his foot too. So
yeah, when was that? Like week 16 or something?
Yeah, right before the Eagles game. He got hurt against the Browns.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, the Browns ruining things, of course. So yeah, they and then he barely ran against the Eagles in week 17, lost that game. And then but he's he scored 30 points against the Broncos in regulation, and he was running, so he didn't look hurt, but then he was in a walking boot after and needed surgery. So
and they beat Jacksonville in the playoffs on the road.
Yeah, that was it was a good win. Yeah,
I just didn't see the reason for getting rid of McDermott. Get rid of the team doctor, maybe.
Maybe. Dom's saying
the doctor has nothing to do with a guy breaking a bone.
Yeah, and Dom bring up a point that Kenny has made, our Tuesday co-host. No quarterback and head coach in history have won a Super Bowl after 5 years together if they didn't win in the first 5. They made the right move unless they want to test Einstein's theory. Not to mention McDermott is a defensive coach and had the second worst run defense in the NFL.
Yeah. Well, again, a lot of that had to do with injuries.
Yeah, and that's kind of like why I say that he may not be the problem, but I don't know if he's the solution. So like maybe there's a chance you can get someone better. And
when you go 20 years without making with a franchise not making it into the playoffs even once, and then you make it 6 out of 7 or 6 out of 8 or something like that, you have yourself a pretty good coach
or a quarterback. Josh Allen is
both. Well, both.
A big reason for that. Yeah.
Well, they're both.
Yeah. So I thought that maybe if they let go of McDermott, kind of like the Buccaneers did with Dungy, and same thing with Tampa. Remember, they were their worst team like in the NFL in the 70s. I thought they had the most losses for any team in a decade, I think.
Tony Dungy turned that team around.
Yeah, he did, but he didn't get them over the top. John Gruden did.
Well, same thing like Marvin Lewis with Cincinnati. They were a horrible team. He comes in now. He never wins a playoff game, but he got to the playoffs when they hadn't won. They hadn't made one in almost 2 decades or something.
Yeah,
maybe longer.
I remember when he was hired, Tony Kornheiser said if he gets them to 8-8, they should build a statue of him.
Yeah, because I think didn't he come over as a defensive coordinator from Baltimore?
Yeah, yeah,
Is that where he was before then? I think.
yeah. He was,
Marvin Lewis, yeah.
and I would say the reason why the Ravens won the Super Bowl in
Yeah.
2000, not Brian Billick.
Yeah.
And
Well, see, Brian Billick is the kind of coach that I like because he came over because of his offensive ingenuity with Minnesota, right?
mm-hmm.
And he said, you know what? I got Trent Dilfer, okay quarterback. He's not going to win you games. Probably won't lose you too many. But we got a world-class defense. So let's concentrate on playing outstanding defense, and we'll do enough offensively to win the games when when we got a defense that can hold the opponent to under 13 points.
And that was the right way of thinking. And
Yeah.
then in the offseason, he got rid of Dilfer and signed Elvis Grbac. So
Yeah.
I don't know why he switched his thinking suddenly, but I don't know. I guess maybe he thought Marvin Lewis is gone. The defense was going to decline. He had to compensate for it. But I don't know. I feel like they spent resources, fixing the defensive departures that they made.
And Bill Belichick was the opposite.
Yeah,
because he came over with a great defense. He was okay in Cleveland as well when what was he there? 3 years, I think. 2 or 3
he got
years.
them to the playoffs.
Cleveland. Yeah, exactly. Maybe he was there 4 seasons, had 2 winning seasons or something. I'm not quite sure what it was, but in any event, he made his reputation, defensive with the Giants, and then he comes over and he gets fortunate with Brady and says, "Hey, we got a great offense. I'm going to keep my nose out of the offense. Let the guys who run, ultimately it was Charlie Weiss and Josh McDaniels, and I think there was someone else in there, run the offense, and he'll just concentrate on monitoring the defense, which was his strength, and it worked.
Yeah.
As opposed to a guy coming in as a head coach and saying, "Here's my offensive system, and we're going to go ahead and put it in, even though we don't have the players for it."
Yeah,
it'll take us 3 or 4 years to get a roster with my kind of players. But if we use the talent that we have, we won't take 3 or 4 years to make the playoffs. We could do it in the first year or 2.
It's a sign of a bad coach.
That's what smart coaches do.
They
play to the strength of the players. They don't try to have players do what they can't do best.
Yeah. You don't want to force your system. It's not like anything revolutionary it's going to break the NFL.
I'm not going to blame the coach for again for McDermott. Again, I'm not going to blame the coach. They beat Jacksonville on the road. They played well in Denver. Could have won that game. A couple of officiating calls might have been playing yesterday.
I asked someone that I can't remember who asked the guest from last night. I don't know which one specifically, but how do you? I think it was Nuggets. How do you think the game would have gone yesterday? It's hard to know. But how do you think the game would have gone yesterday if it was Bills versus Seahawks, or not yesterday, but Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday.
It was Bills versus Seahawks.
Well, all of a sudden you have a clear best of the 2 quarterbacks, Allen against either Drake May or Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
You still have some problems with the Buffalo run defense, but Buffalo's run defense played better towards the end of the year than they did throughout a good part of the season because they had healthy players back. I don't know if we would have seen a different result because, we know that McDonald did a great job of identifying, of the tells with what we talked about early, with the weaknesses on the New England offensive line. I don't know that they would have had those same issues with Josh Allen, although again, and we don't know if it would have been this way, but he did play with that ankle issue. It didn't really inhibit him totally. I mean, it did force a few turnovers that he might not have made. So, again, you're talking about, an injured quarterback taking the taking the place of I'm trying to remember what that thought was I just had there, fleeting for a moment. But you did have the the injured quarterback situation that you might not have had if Allen was healthy. It might have made a big difference against Seattle. So you would have had to do that. I don't know. It's really hard to say because again, Buffalo played hard at the end of the season when they knew their only chance to make the playoffs was as a wild card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and they showed it with that comeback against the Patriots.
Yeah, I think I think the offensive line for Buffalo is better than New England's. So
Yeah.
I don't know if Seattle would have came up with a tell or anything. As you said, Josh Allen the better
Well, I'm
quarterback.
thinking of I'm thinking just uh, you would have to think that Seattle would have scored more points against the Buffalo defense.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's fair.
But by the same token, you had a more mature offense with Buffalo going up against still a very solid Seattle defense.
Yeah,
I don't think that Buffalo would have been held to 13 points.
no way. I think Seattle still would have won, but I would said like maybe 27-24, like higher scoring.
Yeah, the
You
score that
know,
I had the other way for New
yeah,
England.
yeah.
Yeah, but
So
I mean, we'll never know. The point is that that McDermott didn't lose those games. He did not lose the locker room, and we saw that from a lot of reaction of the players.
yeah, that's true. But
Now, again, the thing is that the argument can be made, but again, how much do you blame the coach for the performance of the players on the field? I mean, it's not like these guys aren't trying or playing hard for him. I mean, they did have the injuries, but he didn't lose a lot of those games, and the team played well down the stretch when they had to. I don't know. Did he make a lot of really bad sideline decisions repeatedly? Was he the Eberflus?
he wasn't great. There are a couple. I can't think of any at the top of my head, but
Yeah.
he did make some mistakes. So
Yeah. Every coach
um,
does, basically.
yeah, that's true.
Do they make him in key situations? So, yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes you do need to make change. I mean, look, Tomlin leaving Pittsburgh, again, maybe, again, Tomlin never had the best talent, and yet he gets a
No.
winning season or a non-losing season every year. That's coaching. That's coaching when you take a team that is not the most talented, or maybe even, and when did he have the most talented team in his division? Maybe back when he
Um,
inherited Bill Cowher's teams.
yeah, I think when he won the second Super Bowl, or no, when he won his when Roethlisberger won his second Super Bowl,
Okay.
which is the '08 season, back when like John Harbaugh was just coming in, Flacco was a rookie.
Yeah.
Steelers they had a great team that
Well,
year.
they came in within Tomlin and Harbaugh came in within 1 year of each other. I think
1 year
Tomlin came
apart.
in 1 year earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I mean, and I go back to with Marty. Again, how often did he have one of the top 2 or 3 best teams in the conference
Yeah,
or in the
it's
NFL?
fair. It's fair.
You know,
Fair question.
and you lose. I think there were 2 years he lost because of a kick at the end of a playoff game. Didn't he lose a game to the Jets or something? And I forget who the other one was in the playoffs.
I think
When
so.
he
Yeah, it's like vaguely familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you get rid of coaches? And I know that one of our viewers was talking about the 9 years with McDermott. Again, go back to the 20 years without a playoff appearance.
hmm Yeah.
You know,
But I do think that
Marty had a pretty good quarterback in Phillip Rivers, and a pretty good running back in Latanian.
yeah. Well, Rivers
But
played through 20
and
ACL.
and the defense was never all that great.
Yeah.
I mean, they had some really good players, but as a unit,
Yeah.
never that great.
That's true. I do think that I thought Buffalo firing McDermott would have been good if they brought in someone really proven, like a John Harbaugh or something, or Tomlin. Like as someone from the outside with new ideas who can maybe get them over the top, kind of like Gruden got for the Buccaneers when Dungy couldn't quite get there. But
And he started to do again with the Raiders.
Yeah. But then they brought in Joe Brady, who was they just promoted him, and so I didn't like that. They just
maybe it means that the coaches that they interviewed didn't really want the job.
Who won?
Which is kind of really hard to envision, considering with Josh Allen at quarterback.
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't though. It's such a premium job.
No, that's what I'm saying though. That
John Harbaugh took the Giants job before the Buffalo job opened up though. I wonder if he would have been interested in that.
I would, Harbaugh might have gone with Buffalo, although the Giants appear to be a team that's climbing the hill. Buffalo seems to be a team that's sliding down the hill.
Maybe.
And
You
Harbaugh
think?
probably somewhat late in his career, probably says, you know what? Maybe the window with Buffalo is closing some more, especially with New England getting better with what we saw this year. And maybe he said the Giants, they got a potential franchise quarterback. We don't know about the running back with Scatterboo, but he looked good in a lot of his limited action that neighbors could do. And again, you got a good offensive lineman in Thomas. You got a good defensive line with several players that maybe Harbaugh felt that, you know what, we might not make the playoffs this coming year, but he's pretty confident with just an average number of injuries, relatively average injury situation, that he probably expects to make it within 2 years.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think they can make the playoffs this year. I think they can make a big jump. We already talked about them, but
I want to see what they do in the free agency and the draft.
That's
That has a
absolutely
lot.
true.
That's why making Super Bowl plays, especially at these horrible odds that we're seeing for some of these teams, is really risky when we don't know what a third of the roster is going to look like.
That's true. Although you can, if you guess correctly, you can have a great number. I think. Didn't you bet the Buccaneers before? Brady got there?
But there was some reason for that. It wasn't so much a guess as much as it was look at what the Bucs did over the second half of the season defensively. And this is before there was any talk about Brady joining the team. The NFC South was still, I think New Orleans was still the class of that division. Although Atlanta had some pretty good teams back then, for a few years as well, because they were in the Super Bowl. Not that further be hard, okay? But as far as some of these odds going right now, it's always a guess. But what are the risks associated with it? How many ifs are every team has ifs. If you're playing a team, if this goes right, if this doesn't go wrong, etc. The greater the number of ifs you have, obviously, the greater the risk.
Mm-hmm.
If you happen to guess correctly with most of the ifs, it's a great wager.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I know Jacob Kamaker did the same thing with the Bucs. Like I think he believed that Brady had a really good chance of going there, and I think he said that's why he was going to bet the Buccaneers. And
who was the Bucs quarterback that was playing at the time?
Jameis Winston.
Oh, okay, famous Jameis.
Yeah, 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions,
the
30 for 30 year.
But he didn't get credit for 60 touchdown passes.
No, it was so great playing. Usually
he would have been the MVP. He would have been the MVP in the NFL and in the Bizarro NFL.
I know. He
if you remember your Superman comics.
Right. He was so at DraftKings, you like a typical strategy is to play a quarterback with his receivers, because if he throws a touchdown to those receivers, you get points both ways, right?
Yeah.
With Winston, what you wanted to do was play him and the opposing defense in the stack, because he would throw a pick six, it's point for the defense, and then he'd come out and have to throw because he'd be behind.
Yeah.
He'd have to be behind, and so he'd throw. And so it was amazing. Like I love doing that. And like just a full game stack with it. It's so great.
We're trying to think about, and again, we don't know what some of these rosters are going to. I mean, if I'm going to look at a team that's 50-1 or higher,
mm-hmm.
and again, doing this not knowing what's going to happen in free agent, like I mentioned before, I like the Vikings.
Yeah,
they've got a champion. Where did they finish in EPA defense?
They were
8 to 12.
6.
Okay. A little better than I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is good. I think that's reasonable for them. Let's see.
Well, do you want to talk about why you like the Vikings outside of defense at 55-1? Like, what do you think they're going to do quarterback, or like, do you have any idea? Or like...
I don't know that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have Kirk Cousins back there.
I thought about that, like bringing him back makes sense.
Yeah, they would take a probably some sort of reconstructed because he still has the Atlanta contract. Although I think he's going to be released.
I think that's what it
March
sounds
3rd
like.
or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. He's going to be released. So.
Yeah, the first couple of days of the new NFL year. But he knows the system.
Yeah, no transition. Yeah.
he can. Oh, we're still having this thing about McDermott.
He says, Andy, love your expertise. However, Bills firing McDermott was a long time coming and the right choice. You don't get the privilege, Josh Allen, and not going to the Super Bowl one time in 9 years.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how Bill fans fare this year when they don't make the playoffs.
You don't think they'll make the playoffs?
Well, I'm not saying that now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't.
Okay.
Well,
I think the Patriots are going to regress. They have such a tough schedule. I don't know if you've seen it.
yeah,
Um,
they have first
it,
place schedule, of course. Yeah.
yeah. So it's pretty tough, and I don't know. I think the Bills are still going to be there. I'm considering them, and I was going to ask you actually if you had any.
If I were gonna bet right now, will the Bills make the playoffs? I'd probably lean yes.
Okay. I was going to ask you if you had any lean as to the exacta plays, the 3x3 in each conference.
Not yet.
I know it's early, but still.
Yeah, I know the Rams would be there. I still like the Chargers in the AFC. I like the Jaguars in the AFC. Undecided on the Bengals. I want to see what they do with the defense.
Ravens, maybe.
If they can. Yeah, I'm not sure. An unproven head coach taking in a team that I'd have to say the Ravens are a team. They're almost like a year behind Buffalo and Kansas City as far as aging.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I mean, look, and we don't recall the Ravens having as poor a defense as they had this past year.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure about them. Yeah, I like the Chargers. I'm uncertain about the Bengals because I still think they have talent and they can do something with that defense. I definitely like the Jaguars. I like what they did this year with Liam Cohn. I mean, especially defensively, which doesn't get the attention that it should have gotten because of what Trevor Lawrence did with the offense.
Right. Yeah, their defense played very well.
Yeah, I look for teams that have a really good unit on the other side of the ball that doesn't get the attention. It's kind of like the Patriots defense was a really good unit, but Drake May and the offense were getting all the attention.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of, I mean, the defense had to play against a weak schedule too.
Yeah. Right. So,
but,
so those are the AFC teams, right? So
yeah, the AFC teams right now. I would say Jaguars, Chargers. I mean, the Bills are still a factor. I don't know about the Patriots. Chiefs, I have some concerns about. Texans, I have some concerns about, but I mean, can't argue with the defense. But defense can only carry you so far.
Yeah.
Let me see. Broncos, I'm not that crazy about. Any long shots? No, I can't see any real long shots in the AFC. Look at the bottom 14. Look at the bottom 5 teams according to the odds at the Superbook. You got 16 teams in each conference, 32 teams overall. The 32 Titans, Browns, Jets, Dolphins, Raiders. Those are 5 other. Now, the Cardinals are also 200 to 1. The Raiders are 100 to 1, but that's only because they're here in Vegas and they are listed actually second in the group that the group of 6 that are 200 to 1. So they probably would have made them 200 to 1 if the Raiders were still in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the AFC, so if I eliminate those 5 teams, now I got 11 teams for 7 playoff spots.
Right. It's as you said before, there's fewer teams at the top.
Yeah. Now in the NFC, if I were going to, the Rams definitely have to be in it. If I'm looking for a long shot for like the exactas, maybe I put the Bears in there.
Okay, interesting.
I think they're an improved team, and I think they will continue. My long shot would probably be Minnesota, but I want to see what the roster looks like. I want to see who the Week 11 starter is because it may not be McCarthy.
Yeah, it really depends.
And it won't be Brosmer.
I'm gonna miss betting against Brosmer. It was so fun. Brosmer and Brady Cook. I hope they find their way to the field of starters next year. I don't know how they're
Yeah.
gonna do it, but I would love it.
I might,
Especially
I
Brady
might put,
Cook.
I still might put the Eagles in there as well in the NFC.
You think? Okay. No
Eagles,
Lions.
Rams. Uh, you mean for an exacta?
Yes.
Well, they drew a lot of money because at the Westgate they did open 14-1. They're down to 10-1 now. Of course, I
Yeah.
don't think it takes a lot of action to move those odds. Although we're talking about moving the odds in about a 2-week period, and probably a lot of people bet it over Super Bowl weekend. I mean, there's still talent there. Injuries were an issue, but I don't think the defense played at the level that we may have expected of them, being basically healthy this year as opposed to the end of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see: Ravens, Chargers, Rams, Eagles, and Lions.
Well, let me put that back up.
Yeah, I'd say those 5 are in there. Yeah.
Yeah. I could see those teams. I do think the Eagles are
I yeah,
on the
I don't
decline.
know.
Yeah.
What's that? You think what? But the
I
Eagles?
think the Eagles are on the decline. Like I worry about Lane
Yeah.
Johnson, and I worry about Landon Dickerson retiring, and I worry about
Yeah.
AJ Brown status. Like
I'm guessing he'll be
maybe
back.
saying good. Yeah, I know. Maybe he's saying good things now, but he's a guy who just he just kind of interrupts on the field and causes
See, I
issues.
put the Ravens, Chiefs, and Bills sort of like in one category by themselves. One of those 3 teams might make it. I don't know if 2 or
Yeah,
3 of them would.
that's what we thought this year. I thought that heading into
I
this
thought all 3 of them
season.
would.
Yeah. So they were all in my exactas, and
Yeah, I had Ravens,
didn't work
Eagles.
out.
I had Bills, Eagles.
Yeah, me too.
And
I had Rams over Bills and Bills over
I
Rams
did
at
not
like
have Chiefs in
88.
any. I did not have Chiefs in any exacta this year,
Yeah,
and I had them like the
you
last
didn't
3 or 4 years. Yeah.
right. You didn't like the Chiefs, so yeah, I'd Bills over Rams at 80-1. I had Rams over Bills at 90-1. Those have been
I had
awesome
Rams
plays.
over Chargers at 300-1 and Chargers over Rams at 290-1.
I look great at the start of the season.
Yeah, for a month
They
in,
look,
they look good. Yeah.
yeah, the Chargers are 3-0, and
Yeah.
before they lost Joe Alt, and the Rams they were up
Yeah,
26
and Alt was
over
the
the
backup.
Eagles.
Alt was already the backup with Slater going down.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and yeah, the Rams are 26-7 against the Eagles in Week 3. Oh man, what could have been?
Well, I had no problem with the Rams the rest of the season. I figured they I still liked them to win the NFC conference.
Yeah.
That they were that good. I felt that they were a better team than the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned I was on Seattle early on. I ended up making some future plays on them, but not at the odds that I could have got before the season. I thought I think I did make them to make the playoffs because they were 10-7 last year under a first-year coach.
Yeah.
And they had, and they had Darnold, who we didn't know if he was going to be able to follow up what he did in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
But as we talked about a little earlier, we do know that many quarterbacks who get good coaching after getting bad coaching can show improvement, and he obviously got very good coaching in Minnesota that he didn't get previously in where was it, Carolina, the Jets, and where was he else? He was one other place, didn't he? Go to one other place.
Mm-hmm.
What was the 5th team that he was at?
I'm not sure.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
San Francisco, he never really got a chance.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's going to be the back end no matter what. I mean, he's it's kind of crazy as his career is gone. Speaking of exactas, did you hear my Jack Westover?
Yes. I heard about I heard a story about it. Let's see if you heard the same story.
Well, his sister placed an exacta bet. It wasn't. It was to meet in the Super Bowl. It wasn't Team A over Team B.
The one that I heard, it was a sister play, someone related to them, because he's from Washington.
Yeah.
And he played with Washington, I think. Played with Seattle, I think, last year, and now he's with the Patriots this year. And so this lady made a bet both ways on the exact. I think Patriots over Seahawks at 3,000-1, and Seahawks over Patriots at 2,500-1. She made a $5 bet because after they because of the connection to Washington for Westover.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Imagine
It's all over the fans.
She won 18,000 $18,000. It's 3,600 to
Yeah.
one.
Is that the
Uh,
story you heard, or did you hear something
yeah,
different?
that's what I heard. Yeah. Imagine if she played $100
Oh
on
yeah.
that. She would have won
No, I
nearly half a million
actually,
dollars.
what's that? Oh yeah.
She, yeah, if she
Oh, she
played
would have
hundred
taken to the
dollars,
cuckoo bin if she had done that.
right. Yeah, and Westover, by the way, only played 5 snaps in the Super Bowl, which was unbelievable. Like he heading into the Super Bowl, he played like, if you look
Yeah.
at like his past seven games, he played like 26 snaps, 25 snaps, 23 snaps,
Yeah.
26 snaps, 25 snaps, 5 snaps in the Super Bowl. Of course.
I actually played a small wager on Westover to catch a touchdown pass.
Yeah, me too.
And
Yeah.
then I was hoping he'd be inactive and the bet would be refunded.
I don't know why he didn't play much. Like, he did play a lot in those games. I don't know where he went, but
No, because I saw the odds on him at a couple of places drop to where they took him off the board.
Yeah, they fell from 40 to 1 to 25 to 1 on FanDuel.
Yeah.
Someone bet it.
Somebody's thoughts on it. Maybe it was that same lady.
maybe, or maybe someone listening to the show, because I
could be.
just
Yeah, you have a lot of influence.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, you
so
do.
yeah,
you do well. You do well on the props.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
But yeah, no. If I were to look now at the NFC, my long shot would be the Vikings. Of course, they were my long shot this year, and if they made another week or two, they make the playoffs because they played really well at the end of the year. But they would be my long shot. The team at 50 to 1. If I could play the Falcons or the Saints, I like both of those teams in the same division, because I do think we'll see that. I would say right now that the Falcons and the Saints finish 1-2 or 2-1 in the division. Carolina probably finishes third, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tampa falls all the way down.
Yeah, but, maybe. Yeah, the way they finished the year.
But in the NFC, I guess I would have to go, if I were going to do, and I might do 4 this year. I might do 4x4.
4x4, okay. Yeah, I did 4x3 last year.
Yeah. I'd probably go right now Rams, Seahawks, Eagles, and Bears. Well, again, Vikings might be in a couple of the combinations. Still don't know what to think about the 49ers because, look, we know what they can do when they're healthy.
Mm-hmm. The problem is they're never healthy. They always get hurt.
Yeah, well, McCaffrey does. This is the year when he stays healthy and everybody else gets injured.
Right, I know.
And they still make the playoffs with 12 wins.
Yeah, but like Nick Bosa misses, he always misses time, know. Fred Warner was injured, playing hurt in 2024. Brandon Ayuk was hurt for a lot. Not that he's on the team anymore, but still. Kittle is always banged up, and now he came off a brutal injury, so he's not going to be ready for the start of the season.
Yeah.
So yeah, they always.
Shanahan did a good job of coaching this year.
He did. It was great.
The fact that they had double-digit wins is a testament to him.
Yeah.
He's no longer the offensive coordinator for the Falcons.
Right.
So, and the fact that not only did they get the double-digit wins, they won 12 games, and they made the playoffs, and B, they were playing for the number 1 seed on the road in Week 18.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, considering all the things, that's pretty good. Now, can they repeat something like that? Well, let's see how healthy they are. So, yeah, I'm having a tough time right now. And again, I'm not planning. The only wager I might make in the near future will be the Rams.
Okay.
Because I think they're a solid team, and at 10 to 1, or 9 to 1 now, even at 8 to 1, they are still priced at better odds than the couple of favorite teams were the last year or two.
Yeah, usually there's the favorites like plus 650 or plus 600, plus 700. There's no like supreme team right now.
Yeah,
I would say.
And the fact that they're 10 to 1 in a division where the Seahawks are also 10 to 1 and the 49ers are 14 to 1, that's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
Those are pretty good odds. Actually, for yeah, I still think, even though my numbers for the season had Seattle as a better team than the Rams, the non-power rating handicapper in me says the Rams are the better team.
So why not Seattle? Is you think a Super Bowl hangover or too many?
No,
games?
I just think the Rams have the better overall roster.
Okay. Well, let me rephrase that. Like, why not Seattle in an exacta? It's just because the.
Oh no, they are amongst the teams that I'm considering.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I just like it's tough liking three teams in a division.
Yeah, I know.
But
It's
look, the Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers are all double-digit win teams. Now, a lot of it was at the expense of Arizona, who won three.
right, right.
And two of those were the first, 2 weeks of the season?
Yeah, they were 2-0, and they lost their
And then
next
was it,
is
what did they beat? Was it Carolina and New Orleans that they beat to open the season?
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Then they lost a game, and then they won a game, and then I think they lost 13 in a row.
yeah, they lost to the Niners by 1 in week 3. And then week 4, they lost to Seattle by 3 and on Thursday night. So they were 2-2, and then their turning point of the season occurred in week 5 when they were up 20. They're going to go up 28-3 over the Titans.
The game that got me out of the Survivor.
Yeah. Evan too, and everyone else. They were
good. Arizona, you deserve to fall down.
You're right. They were going to go up 28-3. DeMarcado dropped the ball. And then Kyler Murray got hit in the helmet by the ball, and he dived and he got hurt. And then they kicked the ball into the end zone on that interception fumble. And they ended up losing to the Titans 22-21, and that completely ruined their season.
Cost me $1,000. Cost the player several thousand dollars in bonuses.
It did.
Good.
It cost so many people.
Doesn't make me feel any better.
No, I had Arizona.
I didn't have the worst of it.
Yeah, I had Arizona for a big play.
I don't remember if I liked them in the game or not. What was the line in that game?
I think it was 7.5. Yeah, 7.5.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit too much for me to feel comfortable laying with Arizona, even though they were 2-2 at the time.
Yeah, well, they were up 20. They're going to be up 28-3 if DeMarcado doesn't drop the ball, and I think they probably cover if that's the case. That was ridiculous.
I never liked playing. I've talked about it before. I never liked playing. Well, if this play didn't happen, okay, because number one, when that play happens, you don't know what's going to unfold the rest of the game. If that play didn't happen, everything might change. And so why should you say, well, if this play happened, everything else would have been the same? No, because every other play would have been different, and the things wouldn't have been that way if the first play never happened. So you never know where the if is going to be. I mean, and you can't even assume that the rest of the game isn't going to play out because you don't know that, and most likely it doesn't. Because you don't know what the next play is going to be, but the next play is going to be based upon what's happened before.
Yeah.
And if a play doesn't happen before that, let's say results in a touchdown, maybe all the plays following that. But of course, you'll never know that because you only get to see it once.
Yeah.
That's like, well, if Seattle and the Patriots played 10 times, Seattle would win 6 and the Patriots would win 4. We don't know that. All we know is that the game that counted that they needed to win, Seattle won. New England might have won. New England might have won the other 9. They might have lost the other 9, but we only have that one game sample, so it's silly to make any. Right. I never, you have the percentages, and I always say, and I use it. And I know you've made the comment before. Well, this game is, how do we know that this is what the fluke is? How do we know this is the outlier? We don't. It's the only one we have. But the point is, and I use it with the percentages on, let's say, 2-point conversions, okay, or going for it on 4th down. League average might be 53%, but you know what? For this next opportunity, it's going to be 0 or 100. You got to weigh the risk and the reward before you make a decision. And is the risk enough of a risk that if you lose, it's fatal, or is it a risk that if you fail, it just means you still have other chances? Like I'll go back to the situation with Ben Johnson not going for the 2 after they came back to tie the Packers.
No.
Okay. The risk is if we fail, it's fatal. Game's over. Okay. If the if the risk is we go to overtime, well then you have to take that risk. Okay. And if if the risk is we go to overtime versus end the game, is it a fatal risk depending upon the situation? But in that situation that he was in, if you are successful, you absolutely win the game. Nothing else is going to happen. If you are unsuccessful, you absolutely lose the game. Okay? And nothing else is going to happen. If you go for overtime, you still might lose in overtime, and you still might have an opportunity, the same opportunity that you just had.
Yeah.
You're going to be more tired. The defense is going to be more tired. So especially for someone who's known for being aggressive, okay,
Mm-hmm.
that I might have still gone for the 2-point conversion to win it and go home or go to wherever they were going to play. Go to Seattle, I guess it would have been.
Yeah, Seattle. Yeah.
So but I can't. I can understand the decision, but it was so out of character for him,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't know
Yeah,
what
it
the result
was.
would have been. But
Yeah.
it's also the other thing. I have always been an advocate since they changed the rules in the overtime. I want the ball first
Yeah.
for
Me
a
too.
very simple reason. Let's say you go 3 and out, okay? Your opponent goes 3 and out. Next score wins. I got the first chance
Yeah.
to win. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Now, the only advantage to a certain extent, okay, and you don't necessarily know that they would do it, especially in the playoffs. But let's say Chicago gets the ball first, they go 3 and out. Green Bay gets the ball, they go 3 and out. Okay? Chicago gets the ball, and they go 3 and out, and they punt. And we know, knowing that the next score wins. Let's say they're on their own 22-yard line, and it's 4th down on the 3rd possession of overtime, and they punt.
Right.
Now, Green Bay, the only time that Green Bay will absolutely, positively, 100% go for on 4th down is if in that first overtime and they got the second possession, they need to score.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So let's say they go 3 and out. Green Bay goes 3 and out. Chicago goes 3 and out and punts. And now the ball, and Green Bay's got the ball on their own 20-yard line. And let's say it's a good punt.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's 4th down, and they're all on their own 24-yard line. Remember, there's no 10-minute time limit in overtime. You keep going. Green Bay probably punts.
Yeah.
Okay, because then you just don't know who's going to get that score to get the win when the next score wins. So I'd rather have 2 of the first 3 chances of getting the win, because if it takes chance number 3 on possession number 3, game is over.
Yeah.
I can't win it. I cannot win it on the first possession, even if I score the touchdown and go for 2 and win. I cannot. Right. I cannot. That does not win the game. It makes it more difficult for the team that's behind, because now they not only have to score a touchdown, they have to go to a 2-point conversion to match. But let's say more likely than not, okay? Because this would be interesting because it was the other way around. Let's say Chicago goes down on the first possession and gets the touchdown and kicks the extra point. And now Green Bay comes back and gets the touchdown. Now they have to decide, do they go for it and risk losing the game because they lose 7-6 in the overtime? Or do they go for it and get the chance to win 8-7 and Chicago never gets another chance? Because that's exactly the situation, or pretty much the situation, Chicago finished at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do we take a chance to win it now and not give the opponent any chance to do anything about it? Or do we say, you know what, let's make it a 50-50 proposition and we get the benefit of the first 50-50?
Yeah. Not to mention, you also put the entire defense out on the field and you give your defense some rest in overtime.
Yeah.
By taking the ball first. I think that's
also in that situation with Chicago, Green Bay was stunned at the way that game was tied.
Yeah.
The way Chicago pulled within 1 point.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? With Justin Fields. I keep thinking about him. Because I wish he were still with the Bears instead of the Jets. But no, with Caleb Williams pass.
Send him back.
Yeah. Or Pittsburgh even.
Right.
Let McCarthy see what he could do with him. But
right.
No. Still, I don't know. Just for a mystery. They made that deal with the devil when I was 14 years old, and they've been paying for it ever since. In any event, no, that at that point you've got, and I don't know who took the timeout. Did it Green Bay or Chicago take the timeout before going for the extra point? I think someone took a timeout, didn't they?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Because I think I remember them going to commercial, and then you came back and you saw that he was sending the kicking team out.
I'm not sure.
I'll have to go back and check the play-by-play on that.
Okay.
But the point is that you tied it up on the odds are probably 999 out of 1,000 that you don't tie it up in that situation. You got them on the ropes. They're thinking. They got one play and it's what was it, 4th and something. and you're
Yeah, it
bottled
was.
up, and it goes back 40 yards or 30 yards. The Packers got to be thinking, another 20 seconds, we're out of here and on to Seattle or wherever they were going for the next
Well,
game.
Rams. You mean
Rams in that one because this was a wild card round. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got them a little bit slow. I don't know, and I'm going to go take a look, but I would have guessed the right thing that happened there is Green Bay to call the timeout if they had one. Settle the players down.
Yeah. Right.
If I'm Chicago, I go right up to the line with the same 11 players that were on for the touchdown pass.
Yeah. Just catch them off guard.
Because there was no, I don't think there was any replay review on that one. It was an obvious catch in the open in the end zone.
Yep.
So they didn't need New York to take a coffee break or anything like that. They just, I don't know if that's, I don't know. If literally every play has to be reviewed in New York.
I'm sure
when there are obvious, what's that?
I'm sure they're just keeping an eye on it, and
but I mean that they, I don't know how if that's a rule that applies 100% of the time, or only if the officials ask for it, or New York buzzes down and says, "Hey, we want to take a look," because I don't know what the rules are for. Okay, now of course you do have the defensive substitution because, no, you wouldn't if you're going for two, because you don't need the kicker to come on the field.
Yeah.
So you could go with the same 11 guys that you ran that scoring play on.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Now, I don't know that, I haven't heard any comments if you talked about it. I don't know that Ben Johnson was so confident they were going to convert it and basically score the touchdown and say, okay, guys, if we happen to score a touchdown on this play, stay on the field. We don't want to make any substitution. We're going to go for two. Quick count.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting thought, but we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so as far as the
by the way, excuse me for one moment. Do you make any, when you do your exacta plays, do you sort of like a backup plan and play each of the teams that you have in the exactas to win the conference?
I have not done that.
So you protect yourself at least against a possible losing exacta.
What do you mean?
In other words, let's say you got Eagles over Bills, okay, and they're both alive in their conference championship games, and you get a chance to play, let's say, the underdogs in both of them, to at least show a little profit off of that exacta.
Just
kind of a hedge. Kind of a hedge, yeah.
That's what I did in the Patriots Broncos game, because I had the Patriots Seahawks exactas, Patriots Rams exactas. I have nothing on the Broncos.
Right.
So
that's what we talked. I think we talked about that beforehand.
Yeah.
If you were going to take a, and I don't know, did you do something on the Patriots?
Broncos. Yeah, I bet.
On the Broncos, are they? Yeah.
Yeah, I bet Broncos plus 3.5, so I could potentially win both, and I did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So. Well, because you could have done a little bit of both Broncos. No, I would be talking about Broncos money line.
Right. I
or split it.
Yeah.
Split the hedge up.
I thought, given the chance to middle, I thought.
No, so you do a little bit of both.
I know. I thought that,
especially with what was the line on the Patriots?
3.5.
No, the money line.
Oh, I don't remember what the money line was.
Maybe like about 180 plus 180.
Something like that.
Maybe not that high. Yeah.
Something like that. I just thought the chance of winning both bets was so high that I just wanted to middle it, and it ended up working out. So I did not split it, but you could split it, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had a question here. Who are the top 3 likely from each conference to go in both your opinions? Understanding that the draft and free agency could change your opinions, correct? Yeah. So for me, Andy already talked about who he would want.
Well, I didn't narrow it down to 3. If I had to narrow it down to 3, in the AFC, I would be on the Jaguars, the Chargers. And the third team, Bills, Chiefs, Ravens. I don't like. I'm looking at the Texans possibly, but I don't like the quarterback situation.
No.
I will go with. Thing that there is continuity in Buffalo with Brady being elevated.
Yeah,
So it's
I'd
not like a
rather.
new.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a new coach coming in from the
Mhm.
outside and has to get used there. Do I trust in Mahomes and Andy Reid to get things back with the Chiefs? Well, I already have the Chargers in that division. So, and I've got the Chargers, Jaguars. You know what? I will go with the Bengals.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, you got new coach in Baltimore, new coach in Pittsburgh. You got Cleveland being Cleveland.
Yeah.
So I'll go
Yeah.
with the Bengals. They
Okay.
played well down the stretch,
They did.
as they did last year too, when they just came up short.
Yeah. The the thing that worries me about the Bengals is that they just usually don't spend money in free agency, and so like, but they just don't upgrade their team. You know.
If they want to keep Joe Burrow, they will.
Well, they don't. Their owner's so
That was
cheap.
that
And
was
they just
that
don't
was
help.
well that but no, they're gonna change. They got to change that mindset.
Yeah.
Joe
Oh,
Burrow
Mike.
talking about wanting to be traded.
I know, but
Now, if I'm Mike Brown, I don't think about trading Joe Burrow because it's going to make us a weaker team. I'm thinking about not trading Joe Burrow, because we're going to lose all those merchandise sales from his uniforms and things because he's so concerned about the money.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm Mike Brown, I basically say, you know what, we got to keep Joe Burrow happy. He's going to sell us. He's going to sell us, plenty of merchandise as one of the top guys in the league, and if we can shore up the defense and get some good players in here, our chances of winning a very winnable division now, okay, with the changes in Baltimore and Pittsburgh, and Cleveland being Cleveland, that the money spent will be repaid by getting a better chance of the chance, because they haven't. What's it? 3 straight years they missed the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah. Ever since they what was it? The year after they went to the Super Bowl, right? I think you're right. They beat the Bills, and then they lost to the Chiefs in the
Lost
AFC
to
Championship
Kansas City. Yeah.
on that controversial call they had on the Mahomes
Oh,
side.
the offside play, or
no, when Mahomes ran toward the sideline, and then he got flagged.
Oh yeah, they threw the flag when they shouldn't have. Yeah.
Yeah, they got hit out of bounds. Yeah.
Yeah, that was let's see, that was in 2021. Yeah, that's right. They won at Buffalo as a 5.5 point dog. Then they lost as a 1 point dog at Kansas City, and then the last 2 years they finished 9-8 and 9-8. What they finished this year? 7-10, 8-9,
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. If they can get 1 or 2 defensive players, on a good contract, and I mean, look, if I would, and again, I'm going to go back to McDermott versus Zach Taylor.
Yeah.
I could make, I really can't make a case. Well, Zach Taylor only because, and this is a funny year because this is the year that they finally got off to a good start in September.
I know.
With 2 straight wins. Terrible in September.
Sort of. They got outgained by the Browns by like 200 yards. They should have lost that game.
Yeah.
But they did win. And then the Jaguars game, they went down the field at the end with Jake Browning. That was pretty crazy. So.
So I do like the makeup of the Cincinnati team. So I'll use Cincinnati, Jacksonville, and the Chargers right now.
Yeah, but Don bringing up my concern. Can Burrow stay healthy? He's had a long history of injuries so far.
I don't know. Is it every year or every other year with him?
It's usually it's almost most years. I don't know if it's every year. Yeah. Most years though. So
was that or every? How healthy was he in 2024?
So I'm trying to
forget. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, because 2020
went 9-8, but.
Yeah. So I think 2023 he entered the year with a calf injury that wouldn't go away, and he really struggled to start the year. 2024, I believe he played.
Let me see. I could check.
2024 stats. He threw for 49, 18 yards. So I think he played. Yeah, he played every game in 2024. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So almost every other year. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it is a concern, but so look, it's a concern with Mahomes.
Yeah, I know.
Even if he didn't have that season-ending injury,
Yeah.
he's gotten banged up a lot the last few years. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll go right now with the Jaguars, the Chargers, and the
Bengals, he said.
Bengals. Yeah, I'm just looking
Mhm.
at my list here. Yeah,
Yeah.
in the NFC, let me go with the Rams, the Eagles, and as much as Rams, Eagles, and Bears.
Okay. I do like the Rams. I put the Lions in there. And
Yeah,
then
you can make a case in it. My cases for the Bears and the Lions are probably better than they are for the Vikings and the Packers.
okay.
But
Yeah.
I like all four teams.
I think you can make a case for all four. So Rams, Lions, and Saints for me. I'm just kidding, Saints. Rams, Lions, and I can't think of a third team that I want. I mean, there are a lot of good teams, like Eagles. Although I'm worried about the decline. I almost want to say the Giants, but I think that it's like a year too early.
Oh, your Giants is like my Vikings.
Yes, yes. I think again, you can make a case for any of the NFC North teams, and we don't know what these teams are going to do. Like, what if the Vikings trade for a good quarterback? Suddenly, they're
Yeah.
going to be dangerous, but you won't get the same odds, but they'll still be up there. No one in the NFC South, obviously, and the NFC West. You can go like Seattle again, but I think there might be a Super Bowl hangover. I think
Well,
49ers.
let's see where Walker ends up.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think right now I would say for me in the NFC, I would say Rams. Andy got kicked off. That's there we go. Andy's there. You're on mute, I believe. It looks like you're okay. There we
It
go.
keeps flickering on and off.
Your camera is working
and
for
I'm
a long
I'm
time.
totally still. So
Yeah.
maybe there must be some sort of synapse in the
Yeah.
internet connection.
Yeah.
By the
So
way, I was going to ask you at the very start when you're showing your shirt merchandise.
uh-huh.
Do you have any dress shirts with the WF logo on it?
What do you mean by dress shirts? Like
Well, like people
button
can
down shirt?
like business shirts, shirt and tie.
I should get a tie at least.
Well, if not, tie. Yeah, the WF on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? Between the W and the F, you put a little T.
This is a little one. Yeah, I will look
a dress
into
shirt.
it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm gonna look to add more stuff at the end of this week. So yeah.
Didn't we talk about the chef's apron before?
Yes.
For grilling over the summer.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Grilling the Bills, grilling the Cowboys, grilling the etc.
Oh, it's a ghost in my machine. Yeah, it's probably the one that used to see that Sam Darnold used to see. And I can't see this one either.
It's not haunting Darnold anymore. It's haunting Andy's.
It's haunting me. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, my screen is levitating.
Right.
Oh, wait a minute. That's the chair I'm sitting on that's doing that. Looks the same.
I am. I think NFC. I'm going Rams, Lions, and 49ers.
Hold on
and
a
then
second. Let me. I'm sorry. Rams, Lions, 49ers.
yes.
Just going to mark this down just for the heck of it. Rams, Lions, 49ers. Okay. So
Yeah.
we're both on the Rams.
Yes. And then the AFC, I think it would be the Bills, Ravens, and it's either the Chargers or Jaguars. I can't make up my mind. Right now, I think the Jaguars have an easier schedule, so I'll go with them. But I like the Chargers a lot too.
Well, I think the Jaguars have an easier schedule, I guess, to the extent that they may play in the weaker division, unless you think the Raiders are going to be similar to the Titans. Because I would rate the combination of Broncos Chiefs probably better than the Texans and Colts.
Yeah.
Of course, we're only talking about 6 games of the 17-game schedule that these teams have to play.
Yeah, and we don't know what the Colts are going to do at quarterback. So the Jaguars play the AFC North, which is mixed bag, and they play the NFC East. And their three special games are Bears,
Yeah,
Broncos,
that's right.
and
You're
Patriots.
talking about Jaguars.
Yeah,
They play the AFC East. Did you say or AFC?
and NFC East and the AFC North.
I could see them going 6-2 against those 8 teams.
Okay, but their three special games are Bears, Broncos, and Patriots, which is not easy.
Yeah, which is not easy because it's a number
Yeah.
one. Yeah, it's a number one.
Right.
And we don't. Do we know who? I'm sorry, Bears,
Bears,
Broncos.
Broncos, and Patriots.
Where do they play those games?
At Soldier Field, at Chicago, at Denver, home versus Patriots.
So at Chicago, at Denver, and home versus Patriots.
Yes. And then
I could see them. Well, they know they can win at Denver. I mean, it's a different year, of course. I could see them going 2-1. I could see them beating the Patriots and losing to the Bears.
Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah.
You're saying they're home to the Patriots?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see them beating the Patriots.
Yeah.
Losing at Chicago.
And the Chargers, they play the AFC East. And
AFC East, so where do they play the Patriots?
At home.
And where do they play the Bills?
At Buffalo.
I could see them going 3-1.
Yeah.
Beat the Jets, beat the Jets, beat the Dolphins. They always beat the Dolphins. And then split with the Patriots and Bills.
Yeah. They also play the NFC West.
1-3. 2-2. Who do they play at home?
They play the Niners at home, and they play the Cardinals at home.
Okay, because I'll say 2-2 at best. If they played the Cardinals on the road, I could see 3-1.
Yeah, and remember their Rams game is neutral site because it's the same stadium. So, and then
wait, what were we talking about? What were we talking about? The Rams in that one? Who the Rams face? Or?
Yeah, the Chargers are at the Rams technically.
Chargers. Okay, all right. Chargers and Rams, yeah.
Yeah. So it's at Rams, but it's really it's the neutral site. And then their three special games are Baltimore, Houston, and Tampa Bay.
Where do they play Tampa Bay?
At Tampa, with the worst home field advantage in football in all of sports, I think.
And where do they play? What, Baltimore and Houston?
They're playing at Baltimore and then home versus Houston. Houston's had their number, so
yeah, but I could see them beating Houston at home with a healthy team and Harbaugh and all that.
Yeah,
you got to figure the offensive line is going to be much stronger next year because you'll have Slater back and Alt will be over in his normal position.
Yeah.
I could see them. Go ahead.
I was to say if you told me if you travel from the future and you could only tell me about the Chargers' health, you're like they're all going to stay healthy. I'm like, all right, sign me up.
Bet. Yeah,
sign me up.
I could see them beating Houston. They could beat Baltimore. Baltimore's a big unknown.
Yeah,
really, because you don't know about how to change. Not just, and who'd you say the offensive coordinator there is in Baltimore now?
In Baltimore, it's Declan Doyle, from the Bears,
and the coach is Minter, right?
In Baltimore, Jesse.
So he came over. He came over from the Chargers.
Yeah.
So that might actually be an advantage for Baltimore.
Well, yeah. I think so too. Yeah, usually the coach has the advantage.
Now we don't know when they play because that could make a difference also.
Right.
And then the other one you said was Tampa.
Yeah, at Tampa.
Yeah. So you got the two teams that don't have a home field advantage playing at one of them.
Right. 46-82 against the spread. Tampa is at home.
No. What are the Chargers at SoFi? I'd like to know what are the Chargers at SoFi and what are the Rams at SoFi? When did SoFi open?
Was it 2020? Was it the COVID year, I think?
Was it? Because I know they've already had one Super Bowl.
Yeah. Team equals Rams and HN season greater than 2019. The Rams at SoFi are 30-23 against the spread.
How about straight up?
35-18 straight up.
That's very good.
Yeah.
2 out of 3.
Yeah.
667 is like 12-5 almost.
How do you think that?
12-5
What do you think the Chargers have done
at SoFi?
uh-huh.
Since what year?
Since 2020. So there are
how many games? How many games did they play at home?
50.
That include playoffs? Well, no, they never played a playoff game. Oh.
Yeah.
50 games at home. I would say 22-28.
Straight up or
straight
ATS?
up?
Straight up, they're 26-24.
Okay.
And ATS, do you want to guess or do you want me to tell you?
I'll say 22-28.
They're 24-23-3 against the spread.
So they're basically the same. What'd you say? 26-24 straight up and 24-23-1?
Yeah.
24-23-3.
24-23-3 against the spread. Yeah. Their average line is minus 2.4 in those games. And I wonder what were the Rams? The Rams average line is minus 3.6.
Yeah, the reason I picked the losing record for the Chargers is because they really weren't very good prior to Harbaugh coming last year.
Yeah,
and they had Staley for like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, Harbaugh has improved that a lot. So, I think before Harbaugh
and the Rams have pretty much been a playoff team. What did they miss more than 1 year under McVay?
Yeah, that 1 year where was it Stafford was hurt or Goff was hurt, and then they ended the year with Mayfield. That year they missed the playoffs that year.
That was when Mayfield came in. Was that the year where he came in on that like 6 hours notice?
Yeah, Thursday night to play the Raiders. Yeah, he ends up beating the Raiders.
I'm just trying to think what years that they did not. Because basically my reasoning for both of those teams was that the Rams have been a good team since SoFi opened. The Chargers, not so much.
Yeah, except for the last 2 years.
Yeah, let me see here. LA, Chargers. Okay, the Chargers. I think they made the playoffs 2 or 3 times since SoFi opened. Yeah,
they lost this past year to the Patriots. They got blown out by Houston, and then they blew the 27-0 lead to Jacksonville. So yeah, Herbert's been in the playoffs 3 times, so 0-3.
Yeah, let me see. Okay, so yeah, that's right. They made it in 2024, 2025, and
2022, I think, right?
2022. Yeah, which is interesting. I'm looking at the Mark Lawrence book. They usually show playoff games, but they didn't show that one as a playoff game. But it obviously was because it's the second meeting with Jacksonville that year.
Yeah.
And the Rams, because what I wanted to see is, okay, McVay came in 2017, playoffs, no playoffs in 2019 when they were 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It looks like they were 9-7.
Okay.
Didn't make the playoffs. Then they made the playoffs in 2021. Didn't make it in 2022 when they were.
That was the Mayfield year.
Yeah, they were 5 and 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they made it in 23 and 24. So they've made it in. Let's see, McVay's coach. This was his 9th season, so they made it 7 out of his 9 years.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Kind of like McDermott.
Yeah.
All right, let me get my camera back on there.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I knew that he. Well, I don't know that he had to go. I didn't like. No, who's the one? Oh, it was Piscotti in Baltimore. Who they said, well, what if you had? What was it when they lost that game? Oh, what if you had made the field goal instead of Pittsburgh making the field goal? It would have lasted 1 more week. What if you had won the Super? Oh, what if you had won the Super Bowl? Oh, he'd be gone by the next week. Basically saying he was going to fire him regardless.
Right. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, and that's why I'm a little tempering my enthusiasm for the Giants. Harbaugh's not been a great coach the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, there has been.
He's still a good coach. But his best years were earlier in his career when he won the Super Bowl, won playoff games. And I forget what the number was, but didn't you hear it throughout this season that the statistic was that his teams have blown more double-digit leads like in the last 2 or 3 years than any other team.
Yeah. Would you say that that kind of like resembles Andy Reid's tenure in Philadelphia, where he had such a great start and then in his later years he declined?
Yeah, but weren't they still making the playoffs and all but the last year that he coached there?
Yeah, yeah, a softer division,
I
you
mean,
know.
Harbaugh
Yeah.
has also, but he never enjoyed the kind of success in Philadelphia. He was always a good coach,
Hmm.
but he never enjoyed the kind of success in Philadelphia that he would in Kansas City. But I don't know. I forget. You probably remember because you were there. What the reasons were why they made the change?
It just team just kind of fell apart, and it seemed like he
Yeah.
kind of like lost the locker room in a sense, or they
Yeah.
just
He just ran his course. Now it's
yeah,
different,
yeah.
like in teams like with Buffalo, where the
Yeah.
team is still playing well, or in Baltimore, where the team was still playing well except for this 1 year. It's uh, some of these owners think that it's real easy to win Super Bowls or to
Hmm.
make it to Super Bowls, and that if you don't um, make the Super Bowl, by winning your championship, you've had a failed season. They don't realize how hard it is. The difference between winning and losing is often a wide right.
Yeah, that's true.
That what I look at. My question is, okay. For example, with McDermott, did McDermott lose the locker room in Buffalo?
I don't. It doesn't seem like he did.
That would be a reason for making a change if he did.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
You know, did Harbaugh lose the locker room in Baltimore?
I don't know if he did. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I
You
don't know if
know,
you know. Yeah, I don't know.
how about? Well, I guess you said Andy Reid did lose the um,
There were
locker
there,
room in Philly.
I don't think like he lost the locker room specifically, but there was like a lot of bad chemistry in the locker room, and like there's a lot of infighting.
Well, that's losing the locker room. That's
Yeah,
not being
okay,
able to.
that's
That's not
fair
controlling your
enough.
players.
Fair enough. Yeah. So
You
yeah,
know,
I think he did. Yeah.
that's having to always put out little brush fires.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
That's true. Um. Okay. I was gonna. I guess we're at 3 hours. I was gonna ask you last question. Are there any like super long shots you like, or like what do you think the best like super long shot is?
For
That
Super
you would,
Bowl,
yeah, that you would consider betting potentially. Um. Is
well, I
it
think just define long shot. Odds of at least
uh
what?
75 to 1 or greater?
75 to 1.
Yeah.
Okay, you said 50 to 1. I would say Giants and Vikings.
Well, we're
70,
cheating.
70,
We're, we're
75 to, well, you may have different odds where you
yeah,
are.
we're cheating a
Yeah.
little bit here. Giants are 75 to 1, so ignore them.
Okay.
So you have
What are? Yeah,
I'll
read the
read off the
teams.
team. Steelers are 100 to 1. Browns 125 to 1. Raiders
I'm sorry.
125 to
What
1.
was the team you said after Steelers?
Browns are 125 to 1. Raiders are 125 to 1. Titans 150 to 1. Panthers 150 to 1. Saints 175 to 1. Cardinals 225 to 1. Dolphins 225 to 1. And Jets bringing up the rear at 250 to 1.
I don't think I like any of them.
Would you?
What are the Falcons?
The Falcons are 50 to 1 here. Let me check
Okay.
Caesars.
Yeah, see, they're 80 to 1 here at Westgate.
Okay, they're also 50 to 1 here at Caesars. So 80 to 1 seems a lot
If I
better.
had to pick one of those that you mentioned, I might go with the Saints.
Yeah, I would too. So why not the Saints? Like they were so good.
What's going to be with their two key players, the two key offensive players?
Kamara and
Oh,
Olave, or
yeah, the two of
well,
them.
I mean Olave's. I mean he's healthy now. They need another receiver. Kamara. I mean he's an older player, but
Yeah.
it feels like running back is not a difficult position to define. So.
I mean, right now, Shook is a competent quarterback, but that's about as
Yeah.
much praise I can heap on him, given the small sample.
Yeah, I mean, he improved almost every game last year. I like Cullen Moore. I thought he did a good job.
I like
with
him a
what he
lot.
had. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I like the offensive line.
Team did not quit on him despite being out of the playoffs for a long
Yeah,
time.
Yeah, I like the offensive line. They played
Yeah.
very well. Their defense was, I believe, in the top 10. I'm gonna check my magical EPA. Yeah, they're number 7 last year.
Now
Uh,
that's from weeks 2 through 18, right?
I'm sorry, that's the second half of the year. They
Oh,
were
okay.
they were number
Games.
7.
What, what,
Nine weeks 9 through 18. Um,
oh, so
so
it's 10 weeks. 10 weeks.
yeah, last 10 weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
So their defense was 7th in the second half of last year. And they need a second receiver. They need a running back.
What was their schedule like the second half of the year versus the first half of the year?
Um, let's pull
In other
that
words,
up.
did it get easier or more difficult? I think they played some tough teams early in the year. If I remember.
Yeah, they played a lot of tough games. I remember thinking like, oh, they're gonna get better. So they started with Arizona, then San Francisco. Back when San Francisco was healthy, by the way, when they had Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Seattle, they got blown out there, and then at Buffalo.
Yeah.
Then they played the
Yeah,
Giants.
I'm gonna take a look at their last 8 games or last 9 games you use, right?
Okay, weeks
One, two,
weeks
three,
9
four, five, six,
onward.
seven.
So they
So
get
the started with the Rams
they get blown out by the Rams, and then
at Carolina.
they win at Carolina. They had their bye.
uh,
Then they lose to Atlanta.
Right.
They lose at the Dolphins.
Okay.
Then they win at Tampa 24-20.
Right.
They beat the Panthers, so they sweep them. They beat the Jets 29-6. They win at Tennessee, and then they lose at Atlanta 19-17 in the
So
finale.
really, over the last half of the season, when they played that well defensively, the only true team that they beat, I'm sorry, the only true team that they played was at the Rams. Now
Rams, yeah.
Carolina, they played 3 playoff games. There's 3 games against playoff teams. Rams, Carolina. Carolina was a
Yeah.
playoff team at 9-8, so I don't really consider that a huge test. So
Yeah,
I guess what I'm saying is
playoff. Yeah.
that schedule over the last half of the season for the Saints resembles the Patriots' season overall schedule.
Mm-hmm. Right. In fairness, they do play. Yeah. In fairness, they do play the NFC South. Again, they play those teams. Weeks 1 through 8.
They're in the NFC South.
Right, exactly. So they play 6 easy games automatically.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I would say 4. I think Atlanta's.
4. Yeah, right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Tampa Bay we don't know about, but the 2 teams we don't know about because they started well and then stunk. Tampa Bay and the Colts.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But I'm looking at who New Orleans played the first 8 games: San Francisco, Seattle, Buffalo, New England, Chicago.
Yeah.
Right there.
And Tampa's offense was good. So,
yeah.
So they were 20th in defense from weeks 1 to 8,
and they improved to 7th.
Yes, with an easier schedule, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Right. Well, I would expect that because the first part of the season was extremely difficult, and the latter part of the season was extremely easy. And the one game that they played against a good team, they got blown out by the Rams.
Yeah. Yep. By the way,
that being said, I still like this team because I like to see how teams do over in the course of a first-year coach, especially a rookie head coach. Like we had Cohn in Jacksonville, and we had Kellen Moore here in New Orleans. And even though the schedule was weak, in fact, I give a little bit more credit for the Saints to have played as well as they did over the last half of the season because they knew they weren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
It could have been very easy for them to just go out there and give an effort for a half and then say, okay, we don't care about the last 30 minutes. No, that was not the way they played. They played as if the games really mattered.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they fought really hard.
And I think Shook has established himself as a starter on that team.
Yeah, he has. Their schedule, they play the AFC North and the who was it? The NFC North and the AFC North.
So a little bit of a trade-off. The AFC North, I mean, Pittsburgh and Baltimore are still fundamentally, well, certainly Baltimore, I think, because of the roster. We don't know who's going to be quarterback for the Steelers.
Tomlin's gone too, so
yeah. Well, no, we know that, but I'm saying that with the coaching change for both of those teams, McCarthy is a competent coach. I'll I'll give him that.
Eh,
You know,
I'm not a fan. Um,
no, it's not because of being a fan. I mean, look, he had good seasons with he won 12 games with Dallas a few times.
yeah.
How many coaches in the NFL right now with their with in their careers have won 12 games in a season multiple times? Not
Yeah,
very
it
many.
was a better Dallas team. They had Parsons and whatnot.
Well, yeah, but they still they won the division a couple of times. Didn't do much in the playoffs that one except for that one
Yeah,
year. So
yeah.
I would if I were to rank him in coaches, I'd probably have him somewhere between I don't know, I'd say 12 and 15.
Wow. Okay. They're so anyway, the Saints schedule. There are three other games, special games are Raiders, Cardinals, Giants.
Where are they at? Where do they
Uh,
play those three teams?
home for the Raiders, home versus Arizona, and then at the Giants.
Um, Giant game could be tough. I could see them winning the other two,
Yeah, I think so. So
especially if Derek Carr starts for the Raiders.
yeah, yeah.
They're talking about him.
Are they?
Yeah, I mean Tudor Mendoza.
Oh, okay. Okay, makes sense.
I
Um,
mean, I don't know how serious the talk is. It's if Derek Carr, I think can still play. So
oh yeah, yeah.
he would not be a bad backup, for example, in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You
Yeah,
know.
something to think about. Yeah.
Although I think unless there's an issue, a health issue or something with Cousins, Cousins would make sense. He had success there.
Yeah, he played his
He,
best seasons with O'Connell. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So he knows the system. They have confidence in him. He knows the players. He knows the receivers. He knows the
Mm-hmm.
offensive line.
Yep.
It would that would make perfect sense. And if he wants to play, he probably realizes that he has to, restructure the current contract that he has with Atlanta. Although I don't know what the deal is. How much cap space is lost for the Falcons if they just release him.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But yeah, Cousins would be. Who are the top free agent quarterbacks?
We have that on the site.
Darnold is one.
No, Darnold signed
Was
a
he
big
signed for
contract.
another year?
He signed a big contract. So, let's see here. The top quarterbacks. So this is last year. Let me type this in. You can see on the screen here we have Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Daniel Jones is one I was thinking of, right?
Malik Willis.
He's another one that I think will draw plenty of interest.
There's Aaron Rodgers.
He'll draw interest from Pittsburgh.
Carson Wentz. Joe Flacco. Now we get to the dregs here. Trey Lance, and then we have guys.
Mariota might get some feelers.
Mariota, Trubisky, Zach Wilson, Tyrod Taylor, Kyle Allen, Garoppolo, Minshew, Pickett, Russell Wilson, Sam
Garoppolo
Howell.
play at all this year?
No, he did not. Stafford just didn't miss any games. Yeah, and I think that's about it for the quarterbacks. So
yeah,
it's you have a couple of really good ones, and then a couple of okay ones, and then that's about it.
No, and Derek Carr's not on there, right? Because he's still
he's
under contract.
Is he under contract? I don't know. I don't know if he'd come back and would be on the team. I don't know. Let me type that into Spot Rack and see.
Yeah, because I thought he was a free agent.
Let me see. Derek Carr. He is. He's a free agent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have him on the list at all? Because you
no, because I just no, he's not because I didn't consider him. But yeah, that's
okay.
I should add him. Yeah. Okay. Anything else before we head out? Any final thoughts? We're over 3 hours. So if to get some stuff.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd get past 2.
I know. Lots to talk about.
We had 2
always.
Topics.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's it. We'll probably do it next. Are we doing a show next week?
If you want, yeah.
Or are you taking time off? Or
oh no, I do shows every weeknight throughout the off season.
Okay. Yeah, I can probably do something next week.
Okay, we'll have to think of something. So
I was supposed to take a couple of friends out to dinner tonight, but one of them was under the weather, so we had to
Oh,
postpone it. But it should not have affected it because our dinners, we were going to go to South Point to the prime rib place there,
okay.
and dinner was going to be at 5:30. So if we wait till 7, I'd be home by 7:30
Right.
or so.
Okay.
Plenty of time. So I don't know, because Wednesday nights just seems to be a good night based upon everyone's
Yeah.
activities, and we do it late enough and they like to eat early.
Yeah.
So, which is fine with me. So we may do that next Wednesday or the Wednesday after, but I'll let you know. But yeah, I'm all ready to do it. I'm
Is
basically
that
stay
it?
home on Wednesday nights.
Is that a good restaurant? The primary place in
I
South
like it.
Point?
Yeah,
Like it? Okay. All right. Maybe I'll give it a
reasonably
shot.
priced, very good atmosphere. Yeah, maybe we'll do there next time you're in town,
Yeah.
and you'll get to see South Point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah, and yes, it's a good restaurant. They have very reasonable prices, good atmosphere. I have one of the servers there that I ask for her all the time, and she's always nice. She gives me an extra slice of the English cut, stuff
Oh,
like that.
nice.
So,
Nice.
which is nice for the prime rib. But I mean, my friend Alan, I think you met Alan. I'm not sure if you did. No, maybe not, because he comes in later than you do. Anyway, he's done very well. He's had like 4 top 15 finishes in the
Oh, wow.
in the Westgate. I think he finished 12th this year.
Nice.
Anyway, he and I are really good friends. In fact, he's coming to town in almost a little bit under a month. We're going to go see the Golden Knights play.
Oh, cool.
Play a game. So we do that once a year. We go every year or so we go see the Raiders play. In any event, he loves Lowry's prime rib.
Okay.
So we always make sure to go there when he comes into town. I finally got him to go to primarily prime rib over at South Point. He said he really likes it, but he's loyal. He gets like a little perk and everything at Lowry, so he still prefers that one. So,
Nice.
but everybody else I take to primarily prime rib says, yeah, we got to go back.
Okay. I'll have to give it a shot for sure. Yeah.
Some acquaintances in from out of town in the week before the Super Bowl, so we did a little appearance down there.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Nice. I've got a list of about probably 35 restaurants that I frequent on a regular basis.
Oh, cool. All right.
It can't be that regular, though, if it's 35, because that's less than once a month. Although I do have lunch in there a few times as well. But no, there's a lot of good out-of-the-way places that I like, as well as some of the, I don't know, I think, primarily prime ribs in a casino. I think there are a couple at a casino. So,
does the do the Cafe Bottega and the diner and the Tuscany, do they count as?
I don't know that they're on my list.
Okay.
But they are every time I have to visit or go to visit Tuscany. Which is basically to do signups for the contest or go collect or make wagers over there because they got better numbers than the other places in the area. Because there's a William Hill right down the block at what's it called? The 7 whatever.
Right.
On Paradise. And then you got Westgate not too far.
Right.
And then, if you don't mind a little walk, you can go down to the Strip to, the Flamingo and all that, their books and everything. But no, yes, the Cafe Bottega definitely counts. I was there the other day.
Nice.
And had my usual. Oh, they did a little remodeling there.
Oh, they did?
Well, yeah, now they have like, I think it's geared towards short people because they have a cabinet now on top of the table, the tabletop where they used to have the registers and everything. And they've got a whole bunch of nice pastries and cake looking right out at you. And they have like a little area to the left now where you actually place your order and make your payment and everything. So
okay.
So I was looking at the 7-layer chocolate cake.
Did you did I tell you the
hot dog?
Did I tell you about the mishap I had at the Cafe Bottega real fast?
No, I don't think so.
So you know how they have the
That's right, because you stayed there.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
They did you that refrigerator there where
with the rest, right, get the apple juice.
And the salads. So I was like, I wanted one of the salads and an apple juice. And so I was like, I went over to the refrigerator. I looked to the left, there's no handle. I looked to the right, there's no handle.
Oh.
And I'm like, how do you open this? It's a sliding door. I was like looking. I was like, I'm like, how do you open this? And I think I said it out loud. I'm like, how do you open this? And there's a guy who stood behind me. He's like, there's no door.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you just reach in and take it. I'm like such an idiot. Anyway, I'll blame the Las Vegas atmosphere for that.
You
So
what now?
I'll
Oh,
blame the
yeah.
Las Vegas atmosphere. Is all the noises distracted me. I don't know.
Oh, it was the day
Anyway,
that you did not have a hot dog.
yeah, I think
Maybe it was at night. I don't know. It could have been.
no,
You had a
I think
hot dog
I
during
think
the
I was
day.
actually I think I was there with you. I think that's when I was there with you, but I think you went to the bathroom or something or something. You'd stepped away or whatever.
Mhm.
And yeah, I was trying to find it and it didn't work out. But the guy helped me. He must have thought I was
Well, now,
mentally
by the
deficient or
way, there were
something.
two apple juices. There was a small one and a large one.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
one did you get?
I think I got the small one. I think I'm not sure. I don't even know.
Yeah, I like them both. And what'd you say? You had a salad?
Yeah, I had a Caesar salad and a hot
Oh,
dog because you said the hot
was it
dogs were
plain
amazing.
Caesar or was it Caesar and chicken?
I think it was plain Caesar because
Oh,
when I was at the pool the next day, I ordered a Caesar salad or chicken Caesar salad or so. I can't remember what I
yeah.
ordered, and I remember it was like a tiny thing, and I was like, okay, I'll eat this, and then it'll hold me over like till like 4 or 5 hours from now when I'll go out to dinner. And then the waitress brings out this like huge bowl. It's like the biggest like bowl I've ever seen of salad. I'm like, oh my
Oh,
god. I'm like, oh my god, how am I gonna eat this? It's like for 3 people.
now do you have
Um,
a refrigerator in the room?
yes, but like it's packed
Did it
with
have a window? Did it have a window?
no, the door, but they no, you can't put stuff in the refrigerator because like they always have
Oh, is that
lots of
right?
things there.
You if you open it up or something, you get charged for everything in there or something like that.
Yeah, if you move stuff around, yeah, they have
Yeah,
sensors and stuff, and you get charged for it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Gee, it's pretty stupid because the sensors should be able to see that. Yeah, we're moved around, but it's the same thing.
yeah, I know. It's
You know,
it's it's
they
dumb.
should have a little scale to make sure that everything weighs the same, so you didn't empty a bottle to put it back in there and it's empty. You know,
Yeah, it's so annoying. I hate that. That's like
that's called a lack of creative marketing. We got to do other ways to skim the customer
oh
because
yeah,
we can't think of ways to do it honestly.
yeah, oh yeah. Like we talked about that earlier. They have to
Yeah.
nickel dime because they're losing money with the tourist decline. Andy, do you like pink box donuts? Dom is asking. I don't know what that is.
Pink Bug is that? I think that's the name of a franchise, isn't it? Pink Box.
I never heard of them. I don't know.
It sounds familiar. I'm a Dunkin' Donuts person.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I like Dunkin' Donuts. Pretty good.
In fact, the other day was a Super Sunday. I was with a friend that I meet there often, and they closed early. They closed at 3 o'clock Pacific because the game starts at 3:30.
Okay.
So they were running out of. Or they had plenty of donuts left, but they were running out of time to sell them. So one of the girls there who we've known for years because she's been there as long as we've been going there, gave us each half dozen of free donuts.
Yeah, it's a trick. Like you can show up late and they'll give you free stuff
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah.
I learned that. I was watching a video actually. There's a
Yeah,
guy who
I've heard about Pink Box. I think we do have at least one. I'm pretty sure we have. I don't know how many we have, but I think we have a few in Vegas. So maybe I'll check that out.
okay. Yeah, I was watching a video where this guy was trying to see how many free things he could get by showing up like at closing at some restaurants.
Right.
And some were like just they gave him so many things. Others were just stingy with it and they
Yeah.
weren't doing it. And he's like trying to figure out like how late he could stay there. Like I think he was in an IKEA at like 40 minutes after close. And like he's like, it's like I might be trapped here. Like they closed the doors without me because it's so big there. And Chick-fil-A was the best at keeping it open. They closed at 9 at like 9:30. There were so many people there, just still eating, you know. But other restaurants would like kick you out. It's a funny challenge. He also did a video like how much he could take restaurants like for a ride with like like free refills.
Yeah.
Like he was at Buffalo Wild Wings. He got like 15 free refills. So he just kept going and going to see how like if they would say anything.
15 free refills. How's he have the ability to drink it all? Why don't you just take it over to the men's room, pour the drink out of the urinal, save himself some time?
I know. Yeah, he had someone with him to help him drink it too. So
I repeat it at least once a year. My favorite line in all of television history.
what's that?
From All in the Family and Archie Bunker. And you remember All in the Family? It's before your time, but
I never watched it.
you
No,
probably saw reruns.
I know of it.
Anyway,
I've never
okay,
seen it. Though.
you hear a toilet flush, and he walks down the stairs and he says to her wife, Edith, you never really buy a beer. You just rent it.
It's so true.
It was a great
It,
line for the 1970s.
yeah, it
So
it
true.
it goes out quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
so he ended up doing a lot of things, getting a lot of free stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your guy you're talking about. Is that a friend of
Yeah.
yours or just someone? No.
No, it's a YouTube channel I just saw. Like he
Oh.
did. It was like he like tried to test the limits of restaurants. Like he tried to order every single item on the Taco Bell menu.
Hmm.
And they actually brought it out to him. It was like
Did he
made
pay
him.
for it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's actually like pretty cheap because a lot of the items at Taco Bell are very, very cheap.
Yeah.
So they made him wait, but they brought him over like this huge like bag. It was like enormous, and like I don't know how they had this big bag, but he got that. What else? They like I forget what else. But like it was a pretty funny video. He was trying to test the limits of restaurants. He tried to order every single topping possible on a pizza, but they couldn't like do it for some reason. I don't know why. It was pretty good. I liked watching the
What
video.
was he doing? Just for fun or?
Yeah, he's recording it. It's for content.
Guy's
He's
hungry.
recording. Yeah. He's recording for content. So, um,
Oh, what? And I didn't get a chance to see it, but you know what they had out here about? In fact, it was the Saturday of the week before the Super Bowl.
what's that?
Joey Chestnut was in town
Oh, was he?
at the place called Bagel Mania. They had a bagel eating contest.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
bagel with cream cheese, and they're stuffing it down the muscle. I didn't get a chance to go over there, but a friend of mine who went there said Joey Chestnut won, but it was a very controversial decision. Won like
Why is it
5,000 or something.
Why is it controversial?
Well, because I think that when the time expired, he hadn't fully finished his bagel,
Oh, okay.
so I guess they
Um,
counted it. He was like 3/4 done or something.
okay. Yeah, I was trying to remember the others. So he asked for like 15 shots of espresso in his coffee. It was like the legal limit's actually 15. You can't go above it. He asked for like
15 what in his coffee?
shots of espresso in his
Oh,
yeah.
is that a law?
Yeah, I think it is. I think they can't
Oh,
go above 15. Yeah. And then he like unlimited breadsticks at Olive Garden. He kept ordering more and more. So
now is he allowed to take any of the stuff home with him?
I
He's got to
don't
finish it there.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure if you can't order more if you still have some. Like I know Red Robin
Oh,
does that with French fries.
oh,
Because no, they have bottomless fries. That's their thing. Like you can keep ordering more and more fries, but if you have fries on your plate, they won't give you more fries. Like you
until
have
you
to
finish them, yeah.
You have to finish your fries. Yeah,
Or stuff
that's
them
it.
in the pocket and then look like, yeah.
Just like still walking out with French fries.
Yeah. I don't think I'd feel very good with a whole bunch of greasy French fries in my
Yeah.
pocket.
Yeah, although I will say I do love Red Robin's French fries. They have kids eat free first Wednesday each month.
Yeah, I
So
think you mentioned that. Yeah, yeah. We have
yeah,
a Red Robin not too far from where I live,
yeah, I like it.
but I
I
haven't
like
been
Red
there. I
Robin.
haven't been there yet. I think I do remember liking their burgers though.
Yeah, I like the double cheeseburger that they have. It's
Yeah.
pretty good. And then Chick-fil-A does kids eat free every Monday, and we went there.
Oh, okay. So you know where you're going to eat every Monday and every Wednesday, or is it just the first Wednesday of the
For
month?
Red Robin's only the first Wednesday of each month, but Chick-fil-A is every single Monday that they
Oh,
have
okay.
kids eat free, which it's you save a lot of money with two kids. So
Now, do you come into like a long trench coat on your knees so you look like a kid?
well, no, the trick is it's kids eat free with an adult meal, so you have to have
Oh,
we have two kids, so we need two adults to get the free
oh,
meals for the kids. So that won't work, unfortunately.
oh.
Yeah. So all right, I guess that's about it, right, for the show.
Yeah, I get we could do another 30 minutes, but I think
we could.
what time is it now? It's 2:15 your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably still have stuff to do. Well, maybe not at this time of the year.
I have to finish the third round of my mock draft. That's the only thing I've left to do
Oh,
tonight.
okay.
I also wanted to maybe record a short video talking about the Seahawks and Patriots potential Super Bowl odds. I did a video last night with Ravens and Lions, talking about why I bet them. And then
Oh, Lion. What price did you get on the Lions
16 to 1.
and on the Ravens?
Unfortunately, it's 12-1 on FanDuel, but again, it was a free bet. So it's not like
Yeah.
I could shop around. They gave me a $50 bonus bet, and I just bet it.
Yeah, we got Ravens here 16-1, and the
Hmm.
Lions at 10-1. The
Oh, so it's
Lions
like
open
reversed.
14-1. Yeah,
It's like it's reversed, yeah. And then and
almost.
then
Yeah,
I had the exact at 110-1. So
110.
yeah, 110, yeah.
That's a good price.
Yeah, that's I think very possible that they could both get there.
Yeah, I don't know
So
if any place in Vegas has put out exact odds yet. Probably not.
yeah, Caesars I think has it, and DraftKings
Yeah,
has
but
it.
that may be the national. I'll check
Right,
because Williams Hill is now owned by Caesars,
right, right.
and I don't know.
Or
Do
maybe
you
it's
have access to
BetMGM.
any of their lines, like on tonight's basketball games?
Um, you mean Thursday? Yeah, the Thursday night
Well,
games
the
for
ones that were
Caesars.
just played.
No, I have at the Thursday games here.
Okay, yeah. Let me see then. Let me see where Caesars is here.
I think it was BetMGM anyway. I don't think it was
Okay,
Caesars
well,
that has
maybe
exact
it's MG. Well, MGM would have it. No, I'm just curious to see if you have the same lines for a national. Like, let me see. Okay, bet. Let's see. Well, we have draft. I mean, we don't have them available. I'm seeing on my Don Best screen. We've got
Hmm.
the lines available. So let me see if we've got. Yeah, bet MGM. Like, what do you have? Got Thursday lines?
This is Caesars. Hold on, let me get into BetMGM here. Um,
Yeah, let me see if they even have any NBA games tomorrow because of the All Star break.
yeah, they have three. They have three games. The final three games here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me go back up here then. I see
Okay,
that.
yeah, they have.
Okay, yeah.
I have Thursday lines for basketball
Okay, what
here.
have you got?
They're on the screen.
Oklahoma
So
City
I have Thunder minus 12.5, minus 115.
total.
215.5 over is minus 115.
Okay, Portland, Utah.
Portland is minus 7.5, minus 115,
238.5.
minus 110 both ways. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I show Lakers 7.5 minus 05.
1.5, and then the total 232.5, minus
Minus
110.
110. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we have same odds, but I don't know if this is Bet MGM offshore or Bet MGM MGM.
I found that they have the same odds. So
Okay.
yeah, which is really frustrating because I can't, if I'm in Vegas, I can't bet on this site. Even if I'm staying at an MGM resort. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay. Now do you have Caesars there also?
I have Caesars. Yeah, I could pull that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is it? Where'd it
Yeah,
go?
because
There it
I
is.
have. Let me see what lines I have here. Okay. Yeah. Let's see if those are the same.
Thunder minus 12.5, minus 110.
Okay. 215.5 over 15.
Yes.
And then I show 7.5, 238.5.
Yes. Minus 110 both
Yeah.
ways for everything.
And 7, 232.5.
Yeah. Minus 110 both ways. Yeah.
Okay, do it. Hold on, just a favor, because just a moment, because I want you to read those to me now. As far as yeah, see, I think William Hill. Well, okay, maybe read those three games to me again from Caesars.
Caesars Thunder minus 12.5, minus 110, and then over 215.5, minus 115.
Mm-hmm.
Portland is minus 7.5, minus 110. Over 238.5, minus 110.
Okay, and
And the
Lakers.
minus 7, minus 110, and the 232.5, minus 110.
Okay, yeah, so they are. There's the same as the William Hill that we can bet here, brick and mortar, which is the same as the Caesars line that you just said, and I guess Caesars is also the Caesars brick and mortar. So apparently, it at least it appears that at least for William Hill and Caesars, it's the same here in Vegas as the lines you get elsewhere, at least for those three games. And I would think it would be unusual if it was a coincidence that all six numbers were identical.
Yeah, it doesn't seem likely. So
yeah,
yeah. Okay. Well, it's interesting to know.
Yeah. Let's see. The other one that you have is no, we did bet we did bet MGM and we did Caesars Billy Hill. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. All right. I think that should do it. Let me see. Do I want to go out for chicken fingers at Raising Cane's tonight? It's 11:20.
Nice. Yeah. Why not? Why not?
I'll see. Maybe I'll have some cashews, or maybe I'll have. Yeah. Let me see what the
Yeah.
schedules. If there's any schedule again, I see the request for any best bets here.
Well,
It's a little
yeah.
too early, yeah, because I haven't done the work on evaluating tonight's games. But let me see if anything jumps out at me tomorrow as far as college basketball. Thursday night's a pretty good schedule with the conferences that play. But looking right down, I usually start at the bottom because that's where the West games play.
Mm-hmm.
And let me see. Irvine is laying 6.5 at Cal Poly. Hawaii, that's a big number to be laying at Bakersfield, but Bakersfield is bad, 12.5. San Francisco and Oregon State. San Francisco is not at the same level they've been.
Yeah.
Memphis and North Texas. Memphis is really having a down year. Let's tell you anything else. NBA, you never know what you're going to get, especially with the All-Star break coming up.
Yeah, I know. If I find that some of the spreads are mispriced, like tonight, the Magic were minus 9.5 against Milwaukee, which I
well, I think it was. I think I even started 10.5 at one point.
Oh yeah. But I had I will never bet minus vig on basketball. I always bet plus vig. So I took it down.
Oh, okay.
I had plus 9.5, plus 109.
Oh, okay. That plus 1.5, plus 9.5, 109.
Plus 109.
And let me see. That was the. Yeah, I'm showing like at Westgate it was minus 10.5, minus 09. Let me just see. I think they do 9 cents. Yeah, they do 18-cent lines.
Okay.
So they had plus 10.5, minus 109.
Okay. Yeah, I'd rather bet the plus vig.
Yeah, and I'm looking basically at all the books that I'm showing was all 10.5. So yeah, so you did an alt line.
Yeah, I always do alt lines for basketball. Yeah. I also bet I had Milwaukee plus 5.5, plus 256 as well. I went down a little.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was also another 10.5 line. Well, that's the same game we're talking about.
Yeah.
Let me see if there's anything on those games tomorrow. Milwaukee, Oklahoma City. Well, those Milwaukee Orlando games were back to back, weren't they?
Yep.
And what was the other one? Was it Monday night or Sunday that they played?
I think Monday.
Okay, Monday. So this will be their third game in 4 nights at OKC.
I think so, yeah.
OKC is laying 13.
Yeah.
Last game before the All-Star break. Let me see what the injury report says. Well, we know Giannis is out. He's been out for the better part of 3 weeks. Yeah. Let's see. Shai Gilgeous. Shai's out indefinitely, but he hasn't played in about. It's been only about a week.
Yeah, and Jalen Williams is questionable. I'd be surprised if he plays coming off the injury. You know.
Yeah, and they're going to rest for a week anyway. So.
Yeah, back to back. They played tonight. So. They walloped Phoenix. I was considering them against Phoenix too.
Yeah. Question is, do I want to take Milwaukee? Probably not.
Not bad on a back-to-back traveling.
Third game in 4 nights. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No interest.
Because I can see OKC winning, but not by the number. But I'm not sure I want to bet that. Portland at Utah.
Yeah, Portland got crushed tonight.
Yeah, I can't lay points with that team, but Utah's really bad.
Yeah, Utah's been a covering machine here. They've covered their last 6. They've their 3 losses were by 7, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And they played like Orlando, looks like Toronto. They played closely.
I could make a case, I guess, for Utah at that number. Let me see.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Makinen is questionable, and Kessler is out.
Yeah. Shaden Sharp's out for Portland.
Kessler's been out for months.
Yeah.
For Portland, Sharp is questionable.
Oh, he's questionable. I see he's out. Okay, I mean, it's wrong.
What's the time of your report? This is from 9 o'clock p.m. tonight, Pacific time.
Maybe this is just old data then from today, because I know he missed tonight's game. Sure, Sharp's out for tonight's game.
Okay,
so they're probably just talking about this game.
Well, they're listing questionable tomorrow, so maybe he'll play if he didn't play tonight. But I could see Utah making a play there.
Yeah, I think so.
Dallas and the Lakers.
It's Doncic revenge. No, he's not going to play. Never mind. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not gonna play.
Yeah, I think there are a bunch of guys out on the Lakers, but I still can't take Dallas.
Yeah, the
Yeah, let
house
me
has been a
see
disaster.
what the injury. Yeah, Luka Doncic is out. LeBron is probable. Austin Reeves injury management is probable. Yeah, let's see.
It's like
Marcus Smart.
25-year-old guy has got to rest.
Yeah. Cooper Flag is out,
Yeah, yeah.
and Klay Thompson is questionable, and that's about it. Probably past the NBA tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I might play Utah.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I will consider, but I need to do a little bit more work on that. So
Yeah.
anyway, that's pretty much it. Let's see. My
Okay.
camera's off again, so let's click it on for the last time. And
Your camera held up well today.
Yeah, pretty much. Only about 15 or 16 flickers.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I don't think it was that many, but it was okay.
Yeah.
So we'll talk again Tuesday.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, Wednesday.
Next Wednesday. Yeah. So absolutely. Can't wait. So guys, thank you so much for watching and commenting. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Dom, for the $2 super chat. Really appreciate it. Please hit like, subscribe.
And I'll think more about my opinion. I will reevaluate my opinion on McDermott for next week.
Okay. Yeah, please hit like, subscribe, comment below, share this video, visit walterfootball.com. I asked at the beginning of the show, I said we are 10 shy of 11,000 subscribers. We are now 4 shy of 11,000 subscribers. So please help us get there. If you're watching, subscribe so we can get to 11K. That'd be awesome. And then, yeah, like I said, visit walterfootball.com.
Explain what happens when they subscribe.
It
alerts, right?
Yeah, well, you also have to hit the alert button, but like usually you'll see the videos pop up in your feed, and so if we're live, you'll see it. So it just makes sense if you want to catch the show. Guys, for sure. Thank you for watching, and
the thing is sometimes people, when you hear the word subscribe, people often think, is there money involved in that?
Right.
Because that's the traditional word for subscription.
That's true.
Yet 90% of the things that you actually subscribe to are free content.
Yeah, that's true. So it's free. If it's subscribing, it's free. So please do that. We'll be back tomorrow with Evan. Can't wait for that. And then Tom, I think on Friday. I don't know where Tom
went. Where's he traveling to? Maybe it's local.
I don't know. He's been all around. He said he'd submit his Super Bowl pick, and he did not. I don't know. I don't know where he went.
So. Oh, he didn't. He never even got in touch with you. You mean for last week?
No, I have no idea where he went. Usually he communicates with me. I have no idea what happened. So
yeah, I'll probably tell you at Seattle, 30-13.
maybe.
Doesn't want. He's not gonna get number 29. I almost thought that might be a scoregami, but it wasn't.
Oh no, it wasn't.
It's happened twice before, I think, or twice or 3 times before. All within the last 20 years or so.
Okay.
It is an unusual. It is 29 is an unusual score.
Yeah, I think it was the field for predicted scores. I think.
Okay. Well, they have now you can play at most sports books. Certainly here in Vegas, you can predict the exact score for both teams. Of course, you could play the squares.
Yep.
Which is a nice little payoff on that because you only have to get one number correct for each team. But. Yeah, there are a lot of ways to do things like that, but I think I'm trying to think how you get to 29. I guess the obvious way is 9 field goals and a safety.
Exactly. That's how you do it.
Or 4 touchdowns and you go for 2 and succeed on the 4th one.
Yep. Or how about 13 safeties and a field goal? You could do that.
Yeah, you could do that too. You could do that probably in a Madden game.
Yeah, probably. Or 29 conversion safeties.
I thought the conversion safety is now worth 2.
No, it's
what's the conversion safety?
If you score a safety on a either blocked field goal or a 2-point conversion turnover, you score safety somehow, which means you have to go back to the other end of the field, turn the ball over, the other team falls on the ball. And they get a safety in that end zone. It's very difficult to do, but it can happen. It's one.
Has it happened?
It's never happened in the NFL.
Oh, okay.
It's in the rule book, so it could.
Oh. There's one more rule that they want to put in there. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, there now.
Well, you have to know what the what the point total is for a safety. Like it could happen,
Yeah.
like if it happens, you have to be like, oh, how much does
Now
this worth?
explain that one again. So you're
So
about to score.
so if you score a touchdown, right? So you're playing defense. That's how you get the conversion safety. You're playing defense. The opposing team scores a touchdown. Let's say they're up 6-0. You block
Right.
the extra point. You take it back because you're trying to score for two. And before you get to the end zone to score for two, you guy fumbles it, and the other team picks it up, and they run backward or something, and they get tackled in their own end zone. So that's a safety for you. It's not a 2-point conversion. It's a safety for you. That safety is worth 1 point.
Oh.
So you could technically have a 6-1 score or an
Yeah.
8-1 score if you have a safety and then the touchdown and then the conversion safety. So, but 7-1 is impossible. 6-1 and 8-1 are possible.
So, okay, 7-1 is impossible.
Yeah,
because it requires a touchdown and then moving back 85 yards and
well, because think about it this way, because
on a
like
block.
on a conversion safety, there has to be a touchdown, but no extra point. So it's just impossible to get 7 and then 1, but
Yeah,
it's
no,
possible to get 6.
I'm
6
just wondering how you get that 1-point conversion, because well, I guess what you're saying is it gets blocked, it gets picked up by one of the defending teams, right?
Yeah, right.
He runs it all the way back down to like the 3-yard line.
Yeah.
And he's about to get the 2 points, right?
Yep.
And he fumbles it, and the ball rolls into the end zone, and the kicking team falls on it in the end zone.
No, it would be the right, yes, and yeah, that's how you get the safety. Yeah.
And it would be the kicking team that gets the safety.
No, it would be the defensive team that gets.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because you're being tackled in your own end zone where you had no business being there.
Right. Exactly. So
now, what would happen if the team that blocked it recovered it after it was fumbled on the 3-yard line?
Then it's a 2-point conversion.
That's just
for the defense.
Okay. Even though there was a change of possession.
Yeah.
Well, there may not have been a change of possession.
Right. It's still you're still converting the 2-point conversion for the defense. So it's 2.
Okay. But okay, yeah. So if the offensive guy would have a reason to fall on it because he's saving a point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So theoretically, you could get 6-1.
Yeah. So instead of 6-2, it's 6-1. So,
yeah. And how would the 7-1? How would the 7-1 work?
Well, you can't get 7-1.
Yeah.
You can't.
8-1.
You can get 8-1 if there's a safety and then the touchdown. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So or the other way around.
Right. Yeah. It could be 6-1, and then you get a safety to make it.
You can make it 8-1.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. You can get a 1-point safety. It's only on 2-point conversion, or the extra point. Yeah. That's the 1-point safety.
So this is a fairly recent rule.
Well, when it was only live,
that long.
Well, no, not really. It's always been around because you can always you could always block. No, never mind. No, you're right. It's fairly recent because they had to install the 2-point conversion for the defense. Because like before, you could block the extra point and you wouldn't return it. But ever since they installed, you can get a 2-point conversion. It doesn't make sense to get the same amount on a safety, and so they just made it 1 point.
When did they put that rule in?
10 years ago, maybe. I don't know, 12 years ago, whenever it was. But I think they had it live beforehand, though, right? Or maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that you could convert the 2 for the defense, and then they took it away, and then they brought it back.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm trying to remember what it used to be when you blocked an extra point and you ran it back.
It was
obviously if you block a field goal and you run it back, it's a touchdown.
Touchdown, yeah.
But if you blocked an extra point and you ran it back,
it was just dead. They just blew the play dead.
Oh,
yeah.
So the defense didn't get any benefit,
right?
And they got no positive benefit out of a blocked extra point returned, as opposed to getting only the fact that the team that you blocked it against didn't get that point.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
No, there was 6-0, and it stayed 6-0 instead of being even 6-2.
right, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah. So it's hard to do. It's hard to like
yeah.
take the ball all the way back and get tackled in your own end zone when you're already at the 98-yard line
Now,
or
what? Yeah,
at
but
the
what is it? What
opposing
is it
2 yard line.
now? If you block the extra point and you run it back,
2.
it is
You get
2. Okay,
2. Yeah,
same thing. Yeah, okay.
yeah. So yeah, it's crazy. Weird rules. It's never happened, but
Yeah.
maybe one day. Can't wait.
Well,
Um,
I'm wondering. Again, it's unlikely,
yeah,
but let's say on the extra point try, you keep getting a false start procedure.
just keep moving back. Yeah.
Like 18 times.
That's if I've done that before on like Madden where I've been playing and I've just like dozed off and like
Yeah.
suddenly I'm like all the way back on my like on 15. It's like extra
But you
point.
didn't call the play because you slept for 15
Yeah,
minutes.
right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
So
there, I guess if they block the extra point, and the defending team would only have to run it in like 10 yards for the 2 points.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
but that's where the rule would come into play, where if the kick is blocked and the defender picks it up and runs for the 2 points, but before he gets in there, he fumbles
Hmm.
and it goes into the end zone. Now, what would it be if the offensive player, the kicking team, instead of falling on it, kicked it out of the back of the end zone?
That's the
So that
safety.
nobody recovered it.
It's a safety. Yeah,
1 point safety.
the 1 point safety. Yeah,
So in other words, the offensive player doesn't have to be tackled in the end zone.
yeah.
It just
Yeah,
go
the ball
through
goes
the end
out of
zone.
the ball goes out of the back of your own end zone to safety. So yeah, it would be the 1 point safety.
That's if the offensive player touched it last.
Uh, yeah, right. Because
In other words, if
right.
the defending team who was running it back fumbled it and then kicked it out of the end zone, it'd be no points.
It'd be a touchback, yeah, but
Yeah.
no touchback because it's a conversion. So
We have probably spent more time talking about it than it will ever happen in the next 150 years.
I know you can go hundreds of years, it'll never happen.
Yeah.
But it is possible because if you look at the scoregami page, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but
I've not. No.
I'm gonna put it on the screen here. So
was it like a bunch of squares or something?
Yeah, here. So you can see they have green. They have like black that can never happen, right? They have like 1 like 0 can obviously happen. 1 0 can't happen. 2 0 can. 3 0 can. 4 0 has never happened before.
Right. So white is the never happened before.
White has never happened. Green has happened. Black is impossible, or it's just a repeat of this. But if you look,
7-1 is impossible. That's that little black one there.
Yeah. So if you look at the one
right next to where your pointer is, yeah.
Right. If you look at the one line, 6-1 is possible, 7-1 is not. So there's never been a 1 point final. But all these ones are possible outside of 0-5 and 7. You can have 6-1, you can have 8-1, and then obviously everything else to 1.
I said what 0-5?
You can't have 0. You can't have 0-5 to 1. Like you can't have like 1-1. You can't have 2-1. You can't have 3-1. You can't have 4-1. You can't have 5-1.
What do you get? What 0? What do you mean 0-5 to 1?
Well, you can't have 1-0. You can't have 2-1. You can't have 3-1. You can't have 4-1. You can't have 5-1, and then you can't have 7-1. But you can have 6-1.
Right. You can have 4-1 because you can have 2 safe.
Well, no,
you can't have 4-1.
Yeah, because there needs to be a touchdown scored.
You can't have 4. You can't have 4-0.
Yes, and which has never happened. Interestingly,
right.
4-0 has never happened. Yeah.
Right. Every other possibility. What's the other one that has never happened? 46 to
0 has never happened.
Yeah.
And 50-0 has never happened. But there's been 51-0, 52-0, 53-0, up to 61-0 has never happened. There was that 73-0.
The one I'm looking at now is
Chicago Redskins.
That's what 2. What's the little white dot?
2-2. 2-2 has never happened.
2-2 has never happened. An overtime tie.
Yeah, there's never been a 4. Yeah, 3-3. I'm sure a lot has happened. The 3-3, 3-2 has happened. But there's never been 4-2, 4-3, or 4-4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. What's the 4 line? There's been a 10-4. That's the only 4 result actually, right? Am I missing something? Yeah.
Green.
Yeah, there's never been a 4-point score except for 10-4. So the Racine Legion over the
Wait,
Chicago
let's see. What,
Cardinals,
what, what was that? What you're covering it up now? Where would you say there was now what?
a 10-4
There was
score.
a 10-4 once.
Yeah, yeah. In
Yeah, you have it.
1923,
You have it blocked. You have that. You see. You have the. You're blocking it right now with the
I'm
score
reading.
10-4. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
reading. Okay, yeah.
yeah. The Racine
You're covering
Legion,
the graph. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, Racine Legion 10, Chicago Cardinals 4 in
By the way, we
1923.
are 6.5 minutes away from 4 hours.
I know.
We can do. We can do it. We can do it.
I know. It's like a scoregami. You can do that all the
Yeah.
time. Yeah, fives are there's been a 7-5, 8-5, 9-5, 10-5, but never a 6-5 or 5-5.
Hmm.
That's weird. Um,
I'm trying to think what the most likely possibility for a scoregami would be.
that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
There's 14-8 seems like 2 touchdowns and a 2-point conversion. Teams are doing that a lot more now. I think that's you can
Yeah,
see that.
that's very possible.
Yeah. What else is there? What about a 9? There's never been a 9-9 tie. That's interesting. I thought that for sure there would have been one.
Has there been a 6-6 tie?
Yeah. The last one, they'll tell you what the last one was. Where's the 6th line? The last 6-6 game was Seahawks Cardinals 6-6 in 2016.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now the top line is shutout. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, 73-0. That's that Washington game.
Yeah, the 1948 Redskins
Yeah.
Bears. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, there's a 66-0, which is the Rochester Jeffersons over Fort Porter in 1920.
The Rochester Jeffersons over the over Port Washington.
Yeah. And there was a 64-0, which was Eagles over Reds in 1934. Cincinnati Reds, the baseball team, I guess. 62-0 was Akron Pros against the Orung Indians in 1922.
And now is that the 8 that has a lot of those white spots?
No, that's I mean this 8 line.
No, yeah. What's the line?
The 5 line. Or right below it.
Well, you just saw that where those have those 3 white blocks, one
right
by
here?
one. No, up a little bit.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
What? That's 8. Yeah, that's 8. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this is 25-8, 27-8, and 29-8.
27-8 seems like because 27 is a fairly common number.
Yeah.
And if you score like a late touchdown, you go for 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, 14. There's never been 14-8.
Yeah.
There's never been 18-8. What's this one? There's never been 11-11. Make a wish. What's this one? 15-15 has never been 15-15.
Yeah.
There's never been 25-18.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's never been a 32-15. There's never been a 32-22. What's this one? 36-8.
Now, are there like anything where like the 20 and the 21 have never had 21 versus X has never happened, or 20 versus X has never happened?
There's never been 21-5, 21-4, or 21-1. And the 21 here, it's 21-53 has never happened. But everything else has
What's
happened.
the next one? What's the next lowest of the 53? 21 to what? Lower than a 53.
Everything has happened except for 21-5 and 21-4 and 21-1. For 20s, there's never been a 20-11.
That's possible.
Yeah. And there's never been 46-20. It's kind of tough.
Yeah.
20-11 is definitely possible. Could happen.
What numbers have never occurred with an 11? There can't be too many of them.
With an 11. So there's never been 11-9. There's never been 11-5 or 11-4 or 11-2 or 11-1.
Yeah.
And then there's never
Now
been
the games with the 4, which are the ones that have happened with the 4?
only once.
Is that the
The
10-4?
the Legion over Cardinals 10-4. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the only game that has ever had 4
Yep.
as one of the team's final scores.
Yeah, which is funny because the Penn State Iowa was 6-4
Yeah,
when I was there in college, but not in the NFL.
yeah,
Because the offenses are too good, I guess.
yeah. I don't know if I'm surprised that there are any because the only way you can get to a 4 is
Yeah.
2
Yeah.
safeties.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then nothing else, which is the tougher part. So I'm sure there've been
yeah.
two safeties all the time, but
Oh yeah,
you get a field goal and there a touchdown. It changes.
yeah. Well, apparently, yeah. I guess the other team got when it scored the 2 safeties was a field goal and a touchdown and an extra point, right? 10-4.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Or it could have been a touchdown plus 2 or and then a safety, I guess. You could do that.
And there's never been a 4-0. And what'd you say, 46-50, and then a couple of higher ones. Wow.
Yeah, for the zeros, yeah. 46-0, 50-0, 61-0, 63-0, 65-0. And then onwards. There's 73 has been the highest result. So if they ever go above 74, they have to expand this chart. This is fun.
Yeah, or they rechange that rule on the safety back to 1 point or something.
Right, yeah. It's just funny that there's a one line, and a lot. Most people don't realize that you can get 1 point, but you can.
Yeah.
It's funny, but it's never.
I wonder what this chart looks like in Canada, where the one line is probably filled.
I told you I lost on a Rouge when I bet -1.5, and I lost on a Rouge in overtime. I couldn't believe it. Of course.
I always liked Australian rules football where they have the guy in the straw hat and he sort of looks like a conductor by raising his arms over his head when there's a score.
Yeah.
Australian rules football.
Yep.
All
We
right.
are now at 4
I
hours.
think we are now at 4 hours. Yeah.
There we go. The 4-hour live stream. So there we go. Great talking to you, Andy, as always. And
Always
great
a
talking to you
pleasure.
guys for sure.
Have a great weekend line or otherwise.
Yep.
And we'll do it. I'll be listening to you and Evan tomorrow night.
Yeah, we'll be back with Evan.
And I may tune in
night.
Friday just to see where Tom's coming from.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, we have a show. So, all right, guys. Never knew 1 point was possible. It is. Yeah, most people don't know that. I actually wrote about that in my book. So yeah, guys, please hit like, subscribe, visit Walt's Football, all that good stuff. And I hope you guys have a great night. And I'll talk to you tomorrow.
By the way, the funny thing about that is that the team that is kicking actually could give up that 1 point safety. They could actually lose on an extra point attempt.
Yeah. Remember there was a Chiefs Falcons game where the Falcons scored. They went up 1, and then I think they had the blocked extra point, and the Chiefs went back and scored a 2, and then the Chiefs took the lead. On the 2 point.
I think I remember something about that one. Yeah,
that was the Falcons. That was the year the Falcons went to the Super Bowl. So yeah.
No, the thing is that the extra point in effect could be going to the other team if you miss it and you block it, it gets run back, and then you tackle the guy. Then the ball's fumbled, and you get tackled in your own end zone.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but I guess it's better than giving up 2.
That's true.
On the blocked extra point that's returned.
Yeah, why not? 6-1 sounds better than 6-2. All right, guys.
Well, I wonder how many times. It'd be interesting if they change the rule a little bit. Like if a guy goes for a 2 point conversion and it's intercepted and run back, it's worth 3.
Yeah, maybe they do that. I don't know. They could. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the number probably exists somewhere. The number of blocked extra points that have been run back for the 2 points versus the number of failed 2 point conversions that are returned for touchdowns.
I don't know.
Yeah, just curious.
Yeah.
I'll ask Malcolm Butler.
Exactly. All right, guys. Once again, thank you, sir, for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. Hope you guys have a great night.